Oh, yes. We should be technically live now, Jason.
All right, thanks for joining me for this one-man show, everybody.
Yeah, no, I can't believe
Excuse
you
me, here we go.
invited so many people and no one showed up to the
Oh, I didn't
stream.
see you come in. I'm Mark Twain. Yeah,
How are you doing tonight?
I'm good, excited for this,
Yeah,
whatever it's going to be.
it's been a long time coming, a long time chatting about this. I know you
Yeah,
can't see me right now, but you guys probably know my voice out there in listener land. This is Patrick, and I'm running the stream for our good friend of the show, Jason Keeley, who tonight's called GM Jason Keeley.
that's right.
As we got a bit of a live stream here for you. For charity, of course, for Doctors Without Borders, I am going to be spamming the link for donations here and putting it in the chat from time to time. You can find it on our Discord, of course, pinned on our Twitter. But we are seeking donations for Doctors Without Borders for our drive. And tonight's no different. You guys out there while watching can buy re-rolls. You can buy boost 2 rolls. Or natural 20s, anything on a 20-sided die you can try and help affect. Because it's a charity stream, if you can think of something else fun that you would like to see us do for a donation, oh, where you dancing monkeys? I guess I should say they're your dancing monkeys. I'm not on camera, but thank you for being here with us, Jason. Do you have an amuse bouche, a little
Yes,
something to whet our appetites about what we're about to see here?
indeed. So I just want to tell everyone this is kind of a play test in progress. This is something I've been working on for 5 or 6 months now. I am calling it sort of as a working title, Operation Gas Finder. It is a hack of the second edition Pathfinder rules to take place in a more, post-apocalyptic-y kind of setting. And you'll see exactly how goofy and weird that will end up being as we continue. And as you can, the reveal of the players will be will help determine. See, you'll get to see. So let me just to sort of set the scene, so to speak,
Real,
when we're
real,
ready.
real quick, there was a question in the chat before we
Oh
start.
yeah.
Can we buy boosts for Jason specifically? People are hoping for a TPK out there. Is that okay, Jason?
I'll take them.
All right, then let's get
Why
it
not?
going,
If they
folks.
get all these roles, yeah.
Get the donations in the chat, and I'll call them out as we go. That's what I'm going to be doing. Yeah, take it away.
Okay. Get my narrator voice on. In a world not too different from our own, the Cold War of the 1980s between the US and Russia led to the creation of several programs designed to win a seemingly inevitable conflict: super soldiers, drug experimentation, even explorations into psychic powers. None of it mattered when, in the mid 1990s, the neutron missiles were launched. No one remembers who took the first shot, but in hours, billions were dead. Those that survived, including some subjects of governmental research programs, were left to eke out survival on a planet growing increasingly colder due to a nuclear winter. Many moved closer to the equator to do so, leaving the far reaches of the continents to freeze. To make matters worse, a strange disease began spreading that turned its victims into crazed killers with no regard for the cold. Known as borealitis to most, it turns people's skin blue and leaches the color from their hair, though it tends to affect only those communities in the colder climes. It's been generations since the end, and a group of survivors must band together to protect their home in an abandoned amusement park from a terrible outside force. Will they survive the battle for Whimsy World? We open up on a park, a giant amusement park in an area that was once known as Central Florida, now sort of known as Lando. We come in tight on the palace that exists in the center of this park. There is still snow and frost covering what once was a turgid climb of swamp, but now mostly sort of frozen and chilly. And we zoom in closer we passed the entrance sign where the jovial characters of Marston and Maisie Moose, Gary Goose, and Dippy the cat thing, and zoom closer in getting into an area beneath the castle that opens up into that's called Club 51, but where a number of solemn looking individuals stand in front of five gathered, their hoods drawn in reverence. Welcome,
Amazing.
champions. Oh, we have a dire situation, but please introduce yourselves so that you may step into the light and be shown the whimsy of all. So, Jabbar, we're going to start with we'll start with you. Who are you?
Why, hello there. How are you? How are you there, Mr. Mooseman? My name is Grill Daddy, is what they call me. Some call me Tom, but most call me Grill Daddy these days. And I'm just here to grill meat and fight the terrors of Whimsy World, but all out of meat because that all went rancid about 3 years ago.
Oh well, yes, your skills as a grill master might come in handy in this particular problem. Seth, cool. Let's take a look at you, and you might want to describe yourself.
Hey, my name's Torque. I practice the ways of the goose. I'm fast and I'm loose. I'm a gnoll. Yeah. Make it that what you will, but I'll cook you in any street race you challenge me to. I dare it.
Excellent, Driver Torque. Well, hopefully, yes, your speed will become of great necessity.
You don't gotta tell
just to
me
point
that.
out to the audience, yes, this is mostly the sort of normal world, but war dogs, as they're called, they're genetic experiments. The big dog men. Miles, you're up.
Here comes a new challenger. My name, Joystick. My game, High Scores.
Joystick.
I do all the technical know-how around here. I'd stick to the arcade myself.
Yes, your engineering prowess will definitely be needed. Drew.
Nerd.
You're muted. This is gonna.
I knew that was gonna happen. I'm just one step ahead of you. Ahoy! I'm the captain, and no matter what your style, I've got the mix for you.
Hopefully, your music prowess will keep everyone in high spirits. This is going to be a dire time. Rebecca, let's see you.
I'm Lucretia. You mess with me, I'll send you to the ghost world.
Yes. Champions, every one of you. I appreciate that. We all appreciate, the directors and I, that you have come to help. As you know, that we have to ration our power every so often here in Whimsy World to make sure that we keep the buildings warm, the underground utility corridors underneath the park warm enough for us to survive. And keep the lights on down there when we can. We can only spare so much power. Well, what most people don't know is that we get our power from some cables that we've lugged up to the planet Progress. And he sort of gestures in the distance, which obviously you're inside, so you don't see it. But he says, yes, of course, you all know of the Nuvat Center, the novel urban vision of tomorrow, and the giant silver ball that exists a few miles away from here, and in that particular section.
When you point, Grill Daddy looks and says, "Oh yeah, that's a good one. That looks great there. I like the way it's You said it's a ball, yeah.
Well, yes, I'm sure you've seen it when you've gone outside.
Out. Oh, yeah. No, I've seen it outside. Yeah, okay. yeah.
Were you using your bad eye? Okay, never mind.
No, it's not.
Well, that power source is under threat. You see a group of our scouts that have gone out have spotted a huge horde of snow whites. That's, of course, spelled W-I-G-H-T. Those affected with borealitis surging towards us. They seem to be drawing ever close to planet Progress and our power source. We must needs figure a way out to protect it. Luckily, the directors and I have come up with a plan, and you can see that the fellow in the Gary Goose headed basically Kirigumi cloak is sort of shaking his head and says, oh, Director Marston, this goes against the ways of Winchell Winters, his edicts. No, never you mind, Director Gary. This is what we must need do. Long ago there spoke of a prophecy that one day we would need to re-enter planet Progress. It is walled off. It is closed off, locked away, its entrance. There are two pieces of information, or two items that you will need. The first is a key. The second, a key code. The key was lost somewhere within the Haunted Hills. Now, Becky, you're from that area, so you sort of maybe know a little bit about that. Some say it was lost within Captain Cotton's Bayou Riverboat tour. But, well, that'll be up to you to figure out. The key code was, according to the prophecy, was handed over to the leaders of Yesterland. We think possibly it is in the Presidential Promenade, a building that has not been opened for some time. The five of you will need to go to these two places, seek those things out, return with them, and then from there, head towards Planet Progress and work your way in and see if there's some reason why the Snow Whites are so attracted to our power source. Does that make sense, champions of Whimsy World?
Loud and clear, Captain.
You betcha.
Can't skip this track, baby.
Excellent. This is of utmost seriousness. So please, all due diligence and solemnitude to your task. Have a whimsical day.
Out of sight.
We'll
Again,
do
this-
our best.
There's a bit of muttering between the directors, hushed as you all are sort of, suggested that you leave, but no one's kicking you out. You're in basically a sort of a nice sort of fancy dining room area, that at least once was a fancy dining room area. The curtains are kind of threadbare here. The tablecloths are also, faded. But what you need to do will be up to you. Does anyone want to have any if you have any sort of knowing, that's our lore skill, you can maybe do a roll, see if you heard of any of this stuff before, engineering, anything you want to think about, background information, feel free to roll. Let me know what you want to know.
Well, I
all
know
sort of-
Lucretia. Oh gosh, I know Lucretia is from the Haunted Hills, and that
Yes.
was the location or potential location of the key.
Yes.
Is there some way that I can? Do I know about Captain Cotton's riverboat ride? Have I worked that ride before?
You have not worked that particular ride. It is another one that's sort of closed off because it is mostly water based, right? It is yes.
Would Joystick know? Because since he's the one that people often come to help fix things, would he might at least have some sort of idea of what's going on there?
A lot of the parts of the park that are not going to, you guys mostly live in the corridors beneath the park and then sort of go up into the rides that are a little bit more enclosed, right? Every once in a while to cook something or deal with the supplies and whatnot. So Lucretia, you know that Captain Cotton's Riverboat Bayou tour is basically sort of it's been left to rot for some time. It is my antlers. Occasionally the people of Macabre Manor sort of talk about we should probably get some stuff out of there, protect the relics of the past and whatnot. But it could be filled with any number of strange things. That's just
Relics. Do my have my fellow employees at Macabre Manor mentioned what kinds of relics those may be?
Mostly
Anything
just sort of
key-like?
no, mostly sort of you probably think trinkets of past souvenirs and that kind of thing, or grabbing some of the the animatronics that have been there and rotting for decades.
For parts and stuff.
Yeah, for part. Yeah, exactly. And then for parts and occasionally reverence. Floppy.
Well, they don't let me out of the entryway, so but hey, this captain sounds like he's got all the jazz. So let's get on out there and see what we can find.
Yeah. So, what you thinking? Maybe these haunted hills, like they're Lucretius from.
I can take you there.
Yeah. Lucretia, you're able to sort of lead them through the utility corridors to the entrance, the basement entrance to essentially Macabre Manor, and up through there. And you see a couple of the people, your fellow cast members that are there. You kind of give them a nod. They all know that you're on a sacred mission for the directors, so they don't bother you too much. But they're all, of course, many of them are dressed in sort of essentially like butler's uniforms and basically servants' uniforms, and some of them have a little bit more of like some of the more important figures are a little more almost. It's the Macabre Manor is a little bit of a Southern Gothic theme to it, right? So they have a bit of the those big poofy dresses and Rhett Butler style jackets and whatnot. But they Lucretia, and good luck on your quest. And make sure to come back alive. And then we get nudged. If that wasn't a good pun, I'm like, no, I'm sorry. Yes, that was I forced that.
You can see Lucretia kind of let her guard down around her fellow castmates that she spends a lot of time with, but then turning back to the crew that she's now on a mission with, back to business.
Back to business.
What do they say? Do they say we can come in? Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Wow,
boy,
this is going to
indeed.
be a long mission.
Bunch of nerds.
I got a sack full of them.
Indeed, Grill Daddy is carrying a sack full of something. So you guys head out into the park proper at this point. Outside, it's daytime, so it is cold. It is, but not like it's not dead of winter in Minnesota kind of cold, but it is verging on that. You can see your breath. The frost is is basically on all of the fake plants that are left. Most of the real plants have sort of died off, and all the fencing. And out here in the Haunted Hills, it's friendly spooky. It's family friendly spooky. It is all sort of the some fake owl sitting in trees. Occasionally, a tomb. You see a tombstone with a joke on it. Here lies Chris P. Bacon, that kind of thing. The entrance to Captain. I'm going to say the whole thing every time. Captain Cotton's Riverboat Bayou tour is sort of closer to the rear of the park. So you have to walk a little bit. It's not too far though. And you get there and it's all sort of, it's pretty decrepit. It's taken the worst of the brunt of the cold weather that has overcome this land. And there is a lot of ice on the sign. It is basically you walk up to, pass through the line area or slip to the, going through most likely all of you are going straight through the quick line, which is of course called Moose Tracks, with an X, and head directly towards the dock where there is a couple boats, but they're sitting in the water hasn't completely frozen over, but it's kind of like it's got a little thin crust of ice on it. You definitely don't think you could walk on it, but you could try to wade through the water. Do you want to get in a boat? How do you want to start exploring this place?
You know what I hate about boats? They're slow.
It's like Grill Daddy's.
Do you have an alternative plan? Please share.
Not really. I guess we could take a boat.
Very helpful.
Yeah, it should be no problem. I can get this boat going.
These are basically tiny river boats, tiny sort of paddle boats that fit about, do I have enough Can they fit about all of you? Yeah, the big one can. All of you in it, and essentially, it does look like it once obviously ran on tracks, but this point, the rides don't have power, right? You're gonna have to do something like you just push back, get a big oar, and there's plenty of the sort of like nautical-ish accoutrements to sort of push your way through the boat, making it move down the river, the river essentially, right? And is that what y'all want to do? So
Yeah.
yeah, fair enough.
Sounds like a plan to me. Hey, I may not be too much of a captain, but I will play those tunes as we go.
And as you are,
I'm sorry. I just want to cut in and say we had a couple more donations here, and you guys can talk about what has been donated before the stream. But we've had 2 rerolls donated to Jason, just Jason.
Oh, nobody wants to hear that, baby.
Keeley, and from one of our good fans, good friends. I'm gonna say this is a +5 bonus to any roll for non-Jason players.
all right.
So you guys can
Fair enough.
keep track of those and use them as you will.
Okay. As we are sort of beginning to sort of move along, 2 of you are going to need to kind of like basically pole this boat along. Who's going to be doing that? And who's going to what are the rest of you going to be doing? So this being, kind of our exploration mode phase where we talk about: are you keeping an eye out? Are you keeping your guard up? Are you hunkering down and trying to be sneaky? That kind of
I would like to try to be sneaky. I know
Okay.
what lurks in these waters, or I've heard rumors anyway. Don't want to
You have
get
heard.
be caught off guard.
Okay, so why don't you're being sneaky? So if anything happens, you can roll your stealth for initiative. Who's pulling the boat?
I feel like
Oh, God,
Joystick
noodles
would
for
probably do
arms.
it.
Okay,
I'll take care of one of the sides.
all right.
I gotta
and-
stay dry, baby. Oh, this captain doesn't stay off the land.
Though, Drew, what kind of attitude are you besides awesome and cool attitude? What kind of attitude are you? What kind of activity do you think you might be doing? You just sort of keeping your eyes peeled, or are you sitting back and maybe just humming a tune?
Oh, I'll keep everybody calm, everybody collected, everybody on point. That's what I'm gonna be doing. We're keeping our eyes open. We're getting the job done. You know what I'm saying,
Okay,
baby?
yeah.
Jason, can I roll for noise canceling?
You've got headphones, right? You probably need them for all that arcade usage.
Yeah, Joystick's going to be also helping with getting this boat going.
Right. And Jabert, what is Grill Daddy up to?
Grill Daddy's going to be keeping an eye on everybody, make sure that we're all following safety regulations.
All right.
I'm hoping I can maybe roll some parenthood as a skill.
Right, your parenthood knowing.
Mm.
Okay. We'll have you roll that. Drew, I want you to roll a perception check.
All right, I gotta find that on the character sheet, baby.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
It'll be sort of off to the side, probably,
There it is.
because it's not technically a skill.
Oh,
goody.
no, that's not good.
That's not good at all.
Is that a toot toot kaboom?
That is a bit of a toot kaboom,
Ooh,
unfortunately. Jabert, do you want to roll your parenthood? Sort of make sure there's no one's goofing around. Oh my god, the rolls, you guys.
So the
good.
opposite of last night.
Oh, good. No, everyone's following the rules and regulations. I don't see anybody sticking their hands outside the ride.
That's true. Like, well, there's probably a little bit of that with the
A
pulling.
little
but you're
bit
not
of
actually
horseplay
paying much
never
of
hurt nobody.
that. Pushing this sort of riverboat shaped, conveyance along the river is slow going, and you are all sort of keeping your eye out. And as you are moving about, you can see that this the theme of this particular ride is sort of like weird, macabre bayou nonsense. There's big was probably some sort of swamp spider sort of dangling from one set of trees. There's like skeletons crawling their way up out of the water onto the beach. There's some and it's all it's probably vaguely comical, but also a bit now it's completely weathered and anything that might be an animatronic of a person, its face is just sort of almost nothing, a touch creepy as well. I'm going to bring you to a map for no particular reason. Over here on the Roll20. And you guys are coming along here. You can kind of see off to your right, there's a no swimming sign with some skeletons next to a pier. And a kind of a broken looking kind of lighthouse thing off in the distance. And the ride kind of like turns and it's coming around. So you've gone pretty much halfway through the ride at this point. There is, say you guys get a little bit further on to about here. When Grill Daddy, you're up in the front when you notice that this what you probably thought was either a log or possibly a busted animatronic alligator is moving towards you at a rapid pace.
Oh no, it's one of them real alligators I heard about.
It's gigantic, and it's got like as it sort of opens its mouth and is coming at you, you can kind of see that some of its teeth look like they're just sort of made of ice. And
it's one of them ice alligators I heard about.
Gives a bit of a
it's cold-blooded.
Cold-blooded. Indeed, it is cold-blooded. And we're going to move into initiative. So if you all want to click your token, you can press your initiative button. There you go. You got it, Tef.
And I roll stealth for my initiative?
I think you can do a drop on that character sheet. You can do a drop down that says stealth for initiative. And you can just roll that. Terrific. You're kind of hiding back in the boat a little bit. I had to turn and roll my initiative for this giant thing. Oh, I should have rolled stealth for that. Oh well.
Still looking for my button.
Can help you out.
Drew, you're muted if you're trying to talk.
I am muted every time. Come on. I got to get over that. Miles, I can't be hot-blooded with these terrible, terrible rolls.
No, you can't.
It's the wrong song.
So Miles, there's like on the right-hand side under hit points, there's a perception area, and then there's an initiative button right there.
Oh, okay. I see it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't need these rerolls because I'm going first. He's caught you by surprise. The mutated croc has caught you by surprise. It swims forth towards the boat. Doesn't quite get there, so it's going to have to go again. It gets right up to the front of the boat and takes a chomp. No. He takes a chomp out of Grill Daddy.
Eat him, Jason. Eat him.
I'm going to eat him.
We've got some more rerolls donated to everyone except Jason.
Oh.
Yeah, so use them.
How many rerolls do I have, though?
Good question. Who's keeping track of them?
I don't know. I thought you were.
No, definitely not me. A player, keep track of all your reroll. Well,
all right,
keep track of everyone's.
Yes.
And keeping track of ours. I don't know about Jason's.
Jason, you've got at least 2.
I've got at least 2. I thought so too. So I'm going to use one of those right now to reroll this Jaws chomp.
All right.
There we go.
Oh no.
Okay. So you take I'm pretty sure you hit. You take 9 piercing and 3 cold damage as this thing chomps on you from the water.
Oh,
But only Jabert,
that
right?
makes 12.
Only Jabert. Only Jabert. Actually, he's probably right there. All right. Joystick. So, just to let everyone know, again, this is based off the Pathfinder 2 sort of chassis. For those of you who are coming from Starfinder, Pathfinder 2 works in a little bit of a different way. You get 3 actions per turn. We've also, so a lot of the skills have different names, so that you'll find out there's, engineering you won't recognize, but there, deception is your bluff, negotiation is kind of a diplomacy, that kind of thing. We'll get to that when we get to it. But essentially, though, everything is just an action. So an attack, a move, that's just an action. And you get 3 of them per turn. Some things might take more than one action, like casting. using a psychic power or other activities. But every time you attack, you get each attack in the same round gets a little bit worse.
Okay. So can Joystick overcharge his weapon first?
Sure. Let us know how that works.
Okay. You tinker with a weapon you are holding to increase its damaging power. Attempt an engineering check with a standard DC for your level.
Mm-hmm.
Critical success, your strikes with that weapon deal additional damage equal to your intelligence modifier for 1 minute. You can't use overcharge again or that weapon you can't use overcharge again on that weapon until 1 minute after the effect expires. And only you can benefit from this additional damage, even if you hand the weapon to someone else.
Terrific. Also, let us know what do you you've been polling. So I want to say that since you were polling, you don't have your weapon out, so you're going to have to draw it.
Okay.
As an action, that just takes one action, and then overcharge is a one. Is that one action thing? I can't remember now. I've wrote this and I don't remember all of it.
Yes, it's one action.
And then you can give it a shot. So let everyone also know that what kind of cool gun Joystick might have.
Joystick has a arcade light gun that he has tricked out to be a real life light gun. He has made it into a laser cannon, basically. And so I need to roll an engineering check, I believe.
Hey,
yes, start with an engineering for the overcharge. Yeah.
Go ahead and roll that, but we also have some more donations coming in.
Ding, 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 ding.
An additional +5 to each of the players. Thank you, Mac. And Miles, if you want to use it right now, obviously you can. We also got one more reroll for everyone except Jason.
Come on.
And
I need all the help I can get.
wait, no. I'm sorry. One reroll for everyone except Jason and Rebecca. Sorry, Rebecca.
Oh, no.
But
Wow.
Rebecca got a natural 20 from
Yes.
this person. So
Thank you, person.
please
All
use those well. Bye.
Thank you,
so
Patrick.
is the standard DC is that a 19?
That's
success?
a success. It's not a critical success, but a success.
Okay, great. And then I get
I'll tell you though,
plus-
Miles. I'll tell you. If you use your
Yes.
+5, that is a critical success.
all right, then I will use my +5
Yeah.
for a critical
barely.
success.
Yeah.
So a critical success with overcharge.
Just basically, you do a little bit extra damage.
Extra damage.
for the next minute, equal to your
Okay.
intelligence, which is about I assume is 4.
Equal to your intelligence modifier. Yeah.
Yeah. You're a
So
smarty.
it's
A smarty every day.
+4s. All right. So I will attack with my light gun. And I am going to use, let's see, an 11. Does that hit?
The 11 does not hit.
Okay, I am going to use one of my rerolls then.
That makes sense.
Does it?
Oh, it's critical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the kind of action I like to see, baby.
That
Okay.
is a natural 20.
It is a natural 20. And that does not include your +4 to damage yet. So
Right.
you have done 28 points of damage
Yeah.
to this thing. Amazing. It is, you sear across this thing's back and it cries out in pain. Splashing everywhere. I'm not going to get the death roll anybody, probably. Grill Daddy, you're right up front.
Oh,
This thing is taking a chomp out of you.
oh boy, yowzers! That guy's got one heck of a mouth there. I'm gonna murk my quarry, I think,
Mm-hmm.
and gives me some bonuses on looking for him if he's gone hiding, and also some bonuses on my multiple attack penalty. It seems.
That's right.
Seems like it is, and yeah, you're marked. So take that, and I'm going to take my fork, and I'm gonna stick it in him and stick him real good. And
Let's see.
yeah, we're going to give you what for? Give you what fork? Not to put salt in the wounds there.
Oh, we'll see.
Oh,
come on.
Another natural 20 there.
What the heck,
to
you
put some
guys?
salt in the wounds there. That's
This was
22
supposed-
points of damage to you there,
Y'all-
Mr.
y'all don't-
Alligator Man.
Don't roll too many 20s or they will stop donating. Come on.
And
They're
then,
gonna
like,
start giving all the 20s to Jason there.
I know.
Felicia just points at Grill Daddy, like,
Yeah.
you man.
Here's a big high five, and like I do like the absolutely wrong high five for whatever decade we're in.
You know
like,
what?
Whatever school. I
Don't
did,
even
like,
care.
2 months
Don't
ago.
even care.
Oh man. Can I, Patrick? Can I spend my rerolls on something else?
Re-rolling what or doing
Well,
something else fun?
doing something else, yes, because just to make things, I don't know. You just killed this in 2 criticals. I gotta tell you.
Hooray!
I'll look. We'll let that one. We'll let that stand.
Well,
Let
I'm
that
sure
stand.
you have more in store for us. So
I have
you
more
can
in
let us
store
have
for
this
you.
one.
Yes, Grill Daddy, you plunge your fork basically into right between this thing's eyes, and it thrashes around. The boat rocks a bit, but after just a moment, it goes dead. There's blood pooling in the icy water.
Dinner
around
is
you.
served.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably think you could probably cook this up if you wanted to.
That's Dino Bites.
Oh boy. I should have left the corpse on there. Do you want to get up? Are you gonna try to like pull it a little bit on board so you can carve up some good chunks of meat off of it?
I don't know. That looks like a pretty big alligator there. Maybe I'll
You could
just
get
I'll just use a pole and sort of poke it at the shore, I guess, and we'll just
All right. Yeah.
wait and we'll come back for it later.
You guys can basically maneuver the boat a bit to dock a little bit here on the shore. Oops. And bring the sort of pull the corpse of the giant croc with you. Grill Daddy, if you want to take some time to start to carving it up, you can. This is also a fine time for me to mention I did damage one of you a little bit, but like a little bit like you'll recognize from Starfinder, I've this hack of mine does use hit points and stamina points. So if you want to spend one of your resolves, you can get all your stamina back. You're the only one who got wounded though, so it's up to you.
Do we have any healers today?
No, I think. Oh, Grill Daddy has medicine. I think so. He can medicine you guys out. He's your dad.
That's right. I brought the band-aids, kids. Yeah. So is this similar to where medicine would only apply to hit points?
That's right. Medicine is only going to apply to hit points.
Okay.
Because you can just spend a resolve to get all your stamina back. So,
I mean, right. But I mean, is there any other way to get stamina back?
I don't think anyone has like an encouraging words skill feat.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Now I don't remember if I gave that to any of you.
The captain has stuff to restore stamina to himself, but not to other people.
Right. Yeah.
Well, then I guess I'll spin me a resolve point then. And I'll get all my temporary hit points back up to full power.
Full 20. As you're taking some time, give me a survival check for carving up crocalligators.
Yeah, I think I get a bonus to survival if I'm tracking them, but I don't know about carving them. I don't think that quite applies.
He's no longer your quarry.
No, he's not my quarry anymore. He's not anybody's quarry at this point.
No. That's good.
I rolled a 17 though.
That's good enough to get some quality meat.
Boy.
I mean, like a day's worth for the 4 or 5 people.
We'll have alligator
some
nuggets.
big steaks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone else, if you'd like to, you can give me a perception check.
All right.
As you're rolling, Jason,
Yeah.
folks definitely think you were way too easy on them with that gator. So we've got a critical hit donated just to Jason.
Woo-hoo.
Come on,
Not that he was too easy on us, is that Jabert
guys
and I
got
rolled
2
rocks.
We've got
Two
some.
criticals.
Oh, so we got some love in the chat for Grill Daddy. Oh boy, Grill
Oh,
Daddy's my
boy.
favorite so far.
Oh boy.
Torque, you are, maybe bored with the whole proceedings at this point, so you're just kind of scanning around. This is whatever. You spot this Iron Maiden looking thing here, and it's standing upright as opposed to laying on the ground as it looks like right here. But there is a something glinting inside of it.
Yeah. Does it look like it might be expensive?
It looks like it might be worth something. It's shiny.
Okay. Yeah, Torque will just kind of look over his shoulder at the other nerds and just kind of walk over. He won't say a thing. He's going to go take a look.
So you're standing in front of this surprisingly realistic looking Iron Maiden. And as you're looking inside of it, that shiny thing, you can see there's a key that's dangling from like a leather strap on one of the like a hook in the very back of it.
Well, I'm going to take that key.
All right. Excellent. And this is where I'm going to use my natural 20.
Oh no!
For what?
yeah. Well, my friend, as you kind of go to reach inside, there is a snap kind of noise, and the ground that's sort of right in front of this thing kind of gives way, and you tumble inwards towards the Iron Maiden. And it looks like there was something like someone dug a little tiny like just like a foot-sized hole. And then the Iron Maiden sort of tumbles back and shuts on you. And you, instead of me making an attack roll, I'm just gonna keep my natural 20. Keep this natural 20 and do a whole bunch of damage to you.
What the heck?
One moment. 22 points of damage.
Ah!
Piercing. But and you're you're inside, basically, at this point.
Oh, cowabummer.
Did we see this happen? I mean, he went
Oh
out
yeah,
by himself.
you're right here. This part of this fake swampy area doesn't have a whole lot of foliage, so it's pretty obvious. Turk walks up and is like, steps in front of this Iron Maiden thing, looks at it, goes to reach inside, and then just kind of falls forward into it, and it tumbles backwards.
Oh
Doors
no!
close on him, thunk, and with a bit of a wet squelch noise as well.
Torque, what's the deal?
Way to go.
Could Joystick's engineering help get it open?
Yes.
All right, so he's gonna run over there and try to jerry rig this thing. It's a 22 in engineering.
Yeah, I mean, as you are noticing that like it kind of like what are those things called? The gears that has the little notches on them, so when they turn, they can only turn one way, right?
Yeah.
It does seem like this it was built. Something in this thing, these doors were built in such a way that they can only close and not open, which is just weird in general. But you're able to sort of slip those little things off the gears, and they're pretty hefty, because this is surprisingly real. This Iron Maiden thing, and hefted open, and Torque is laying in there just bloodied, and full of his cool leather jacket has some holes in it.
Yo, T-Dog, you all right?
You're muted.
You're muted, Seth.
When I find the person who put that thing together, I'm going to give it to him. This is real fake leather.
All right, well, glad your priorities are in check, Max Goof.
What? I'm fine.
And you have a key in your hand on a leather strap.
I got the thing I was looking for.
Hey,
Hey, it's the key.
Is that there? What we came here to look for?
It seems to have basically it is look like essentially a normal key, but the head of the key is basically it looks like the Planet Progress globe. It's silvery and completely spherical.
I don't know if it's the key we're looking for, but I know it's a key that I found.
Gonna have to do, I guess.
I can use knowledge whimsy or whimsy knowledge to see if that's the one the directors are looking for?
Yeah, I think y'all sort of can kind of like nod your heads. and
Just
say
suss out that that's
this
the
is
one. Okay.
Probably what you guys are looking for.
All right.
Lucretia, I know that I realize I gave you funeral knowing
Mhm.
skill. Would you roll that for me?
Sure.
Uh-oh.
Not
Sure,
sure
I'll
how
see
it's
what you
relevant.
Well,
We're about to find out.
take
Oh
two.
no, that's a natural 1. Can I change that to a natural 20?
That's up to you. You want to use your natural
Yeah,
20?
let me change that to a natural 20.
Okay. This, Macabre Manor is sort of, the mortuary of the park. On the unfortunate times people die, their bodies, you take their bodies, you prepare them. Generally, there's a place to bury them, and also you make sure that their memories are preserved. At one point, you remember that there was, when you were young, growing up in the area, growing up in the manor, they had something like this very much metal humanoid shaped thing with spikes on the inside and whatnot, and you have a vivid memory of almost running into it and some a friendly butler named Jenkins sort of grabbing you and pulling you back and says, "Oh no, be careful, that's actually quite real, and it could hurt you very badly." And then maybe like a couple months later it was gone. And it was a strange thing to be in the manor itself. It probably, if you asked about it later, maybe you meant, oh, that was just a prop that the Fungineers just made too real. But it's definitely strange that this is most likely that very thing, and that it is set here in almost a deliberate fashion to lure someone into as a trap.
Yeah, who could have put this here?
Who indeed?
Hmm.
Yes.
I don't know who, but they owe me a jacket.
It wasn't me.
A real fake leather jacket.
Those are hard to come by.
Those are hard to come by these days. All we got is real leather these days.
You could make some leather out of that croc. Some
Oh
crocodile
yeah,
skin.
how about
Sure.
a crocodile skin there? Big alligator jacket. It's got teeth on it.
Do I look tacky to you?
Well,
Want an honest answer?
You watch your mouth, nerd.
oh boy.
I don't think Joystick's that bothered as he's the one who helped kill the alligator and saved Torque's life. So he's just gonna keep on walking.
Hey, a big high five there. Hey,
Hey, everybody, calm on down. We're a team. Let's stick together.
the captain's got a great point. Captain, where should we go next?
I think that bridge is the only place we have to go. Let's just say if we see anything shiny again, just tell everybody else about it. Maybe we can work together on this.
Yeah, just make sure you keep that key safe. Okay.
Yep. Put it in your deepest pocket, wherever that may be.
Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
don't know if that jacket's that safe.
Just check those pockets for holes from that Iron Maiden. All right.
Yeah, that pocket doesn't have a hole. I just checked.
Did you go from hippie to Matthew McConaughey?
No, man, I'm always like this.
Also, Seth, if everyone's cool, you can also spend 10 minutes in one of your resolve to get your stamina back if you wish.
I think if the others are okay with that, yeah, I'd like to get.
Yeah, did that?
I'd like to get 20 stamina points back. Yes.
Did that dip into your HP at all?
Oh, it did absolutely.
Okay. Then I'm gonna attempt to make a little medicine check.
Attempt a little
To
medicine.
put a little
Nice.
put a little band-aid on
Alright,
my
this-
good friend
Well,
Torque.
this takes about 10 minutes as well. So
Oh yeah, 10-minute band-aid. Oh well, not ideal. Oh geez, these are all covered in alligator goop. I'm sorry.
What's wrong, Daddy? Never seen a specimen like me before.
Oh well, I'm so intimidated by your big muscles. I just can't find a good way to put this band-aid on you.
This
I get
is
that a
going in
lot.
a very different direction than I expected it to.
Just turns into a massage.
Yeah,
no.
this has turned into a very different kind of role play.
It's a little weird, Dad. Not gonna lie.
you guys want to go to Pleasure Island? I think.
Is that next?
Maybe once it kicks over to 11 o'clock, we can have
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah, it's still
Yeah.
still pretty
Cosmic
early
Crit
for you to
after
get this.
dark.
For Cosmic Crit.
Put away your
After
pronks and
dark.
take out the other words.
Ooh la la. You're able to sort of cross this bridge and sort of head out through the sort of crew member part of the this particular ride. And you are sort of, it's actually, now that you're here and maybe what Lucretia said that this thing was moved, it's pretty obvious that it was dragged across this bridge. There's some gouges in the wood, some drag marks in this sort of sand, and probably recently as well. Not like 2 minutes ago, but within the past few weeks. And though there's not much else more to find here. Basically, you can, you got the key, and you can sort of look at some of the animatronics and poke at them, but they're lifeless and not moving. And you can head back basically to Macabre Manor and head back into the Utila corridors if you wish, or you can just sort of hoof across the park, the Yesterland, which is the sort of revolution, colonial area of the park. Is sort of on the opposite side of the park, so you can walk there either way. But it is the site of the presidential promenade where the passcode is supposedly being watched over by the founders.
I was going to suggest that we go back to Macabre Manor and see if we could, talk to my fellow castmates, see if they possibly know where this Iron Maiden may have come from, who may have taken it, who might be involved. But I don't know how much they would know.
You can give me like a how's your, I don't know if you have any, how good your negotiation is.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Then give me a negotiation. Give me a negotiation check. This is our diplomacy skill.
No, that's not good.
Basically, spend some time asking around if you wish. You want to spend anything on that? Here's where I'm going to mention a thing that is part of this this game as I'm writing it. That has our resolve points in this game also do act as hero points from Pathfinder 2. So if you want to re-roll something without I would rely more on the donation rolls first, of course. But if you wanted to spend one of your resolve points to do that, the donation rolls are what you see is what you get. But the when you use a resolve point, it's kind of a heroic surge. Anytime you roll on the d20, when it is any number, if you get a number that is lower than 10 on the d20, you add 10 to the final result. So it kind of guarantees success when you spend a resolve point to get a heroic burst like that. So it's up to you if you want to use it in that fashion, just to test that part of the system out, or continue to use the fine donations given to us, because you have at least a few natural 20s, I think, Rebecca.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use one of those again, but yeah, that was an impulse. I saw a natural one and I was like, oh, I gotta do something. I will go ahead and re-roll this though.
As a party, you guys have 5 more critical hits, natural 20s, and about 12 more rerolls.
Yeah, let me try to re-roll negotiation.
Use one of those re-rolls.
Oh, that's much better.
There you go.
21.
It's much better. So you ask around, and there's Jenkins again. He's a bit older now, graying around the temples, still in his sort of fine, but still fake butler's outfit. And he says, "Oh, the Iron Maiden. Yes, yes, that was. They did move that after it was proved to be quite dangerous. Why do you ask, there, Lucretia?"
We actually came across it down at the bayou. It seemed to be dragged there within the last couple of weeks. Do you have any idea who may have taken it from the manor?
That was and he kind of looks to the side and he kind of lowers his voice and he says, "Well, those are the it was taken by the Winterites. It's sort of a secret society within Whimsy Land here. Well, we don't talk about it much because they're powerful and they're quite zealous in their devotions. They believe that the founder of the park, Winchell Winters, was a sort of a prophet. He knew what was coming in the future, the thing we live in today, and that his legacy must be preserved at all costs. I find them quite spooky, if you know what I mean. And that's coming from me. I've got fake vampire fangs in.
So these
Yeah,
nerds are-
not to mention it makes no sense. I mean, he clearly had no idea what was going to happen in the future. I mean, come on.
No, I mean, how could he? He'd have to be some sort of, I don't know, mystic or something, which of course doesn't exist. The only
you
thing
said
that
these
exists,
nerds are powerful.
Yeah, that's right, young war dog. They some say their reach goes all the way up to the directors.
Cool. And maybe they can give me a new fake leather jacket because they ruined mine.
Oh, well, we can patch that up for you. We often do fix people's clothings when they come in. For various misadventures lead to their untimely demise.
You're saying, hold on, I can have a distressed leather jacket?
Well, yeah, it would look a bit distressed.
How much?
Oh, for you, you're one of the champions here. We can have that fixed up for you, quickly, by the end of the night.
Hell yeah.
All right. So anyway, these Winterites, who might they be? Why would they cut off the power? I mean, assuming that they're the ones behind all of this, what would their motivation be?
Some say there's some sort of secret within Planet Progress that the Winterites know and don't want anyone else to know about. I personally have no idea. I think it's all hooey.
Is this something I could roll my weird skill?
Sure thing.
on?
It's weird. Anyone else who has trained in weird can give me a roll on that if they like.
Joystick
All
has
right.
changed and weird.
You know what's really weird is that you all got an additional reroll right now. Everyone, including Jason.
Thanks,
So
everybody.
even if you roll the natural 20 on this roll, you should probably just re-roll that.
Miles, where are these rolls on Cosmic Crit half the
I know,
time, brother?
Miles.
I usually hit on Cosmic Crit, my dude. So that's a natural 20 on weird. I mean,
Miles, yes.
yeah.
You
Look at me.
joystick. Yes. Well, you're also like kind of a kid, so people maybe don't pay attention to you, or you get into sort of maybe like, oh, we need you to fix the vents over here, right? And then you crawl in the vent and you overhear something, right? So over the course of your time, you've actually maybe heard some whispers about these Winterites. They're very secretive. It's very hard to sort of catch them in any kind of a meeting, right? But they do. You have heard that that they will protect the secret of Planet Progress. They will go to extreme measures to do so.
Okay.
But of course, there's a lot of rumors about what that secret is. It's all that it's got. There's a time machine in there. That it's got some sort of fusion reactor. It's the reason of for the Great War that killed billions of people. And sort of name a rumor.
They're associated with it.
They're associated with that big big silvery ball.
Yeah, that's where they shut the moon landing there.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
boy.
one of them.
Yeah.
But only the third one, because the first one was shut up north.
Right, that one was up in the North Pole. That was up in the Klondike.
And with a natural 20 miles, I want to say too that you're pretty certain now. You should have cast your mind back to just maybe an hour or so ago. Like Director Gary was probably a Winterite. That's one of the rumors.
It looked like a cheater.
Hmm.
And
So the
Joystick
guy
knows the
that's-
cheaters.
The guy that sent us on the mission is one of the people who planted the Iron Maiden.
He was the
That
guy who
doesn't
was like,
bode well.
he was the guy who was like, we can't send them on this mission, right? He was the one sort of protesting the mission.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Whereas
okay.
Director Marston was the one doing most of the talking. He seemed to be the more
Got
in
it,
charge.
got it,
Since he had the moose hat on.
Oh, is Gary the goose?
Gary's a goose. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Typical goose.
No
All right.
kidding.
It sounds
Hey.
like we need to head to Patriot. I don't remember what it's called.
Yesterland.
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 Don't talk bad about Gary. It's the only rules I've ever lived by are Gary's rules.
Let's roll.
All right, you guys head over through the utility corridors over to Yesterland. You come out, and it is at the. Oh no! What did I end up calling that place, Jabert? I've already forgotten.
Oh, it was the hall of
The Frontier. No,
ex-elected peoples.
your place, Frontier Grill, the place
Ah.
where you basically do a lot of your cooking.
Oh, of course.
Right, there's a sort of passage there, but from there head to the presidential promenade. It's all the doors on the up above, on the surface are all locked up. Even the sort of crew member entrance is locked up.
Oh,
And there's so there's basically two ways in, but both the doors are padlocked shut.
is there any way to get one of these doors open there? Maybe a swift kick or so, made of wood, or are these big old
No,
metal
these
doors?
are metally doors.
Aw,
Well,
dang.
the ones up on the surface they're like wood. They're fake wood, but they're clearly a little sturdier than wood as you give them a little knock on.
So you say up on the surface. If we were to go underneath to the tunnels,
Right. That crew member entrance is also locked with a big padlock.
also
Okay.
locked. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a way that we could pick the lock?
That would be a thievery check with someone with thieves' tools.
I have thievery. Do I have thieves' tools?
Did I give you a thieves' tools? You should have them.
I
did
do
give
have
to you.
them. Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, boy.
no! I'm gonna re-roll that.
Yeah.
That's a little.
Oh no!
It's a 13.
It's not a critical failure, but you don't make any progress. This is a sturdy padlock.
Can I give one of my rerolls to Rebecca?
I think we have
You
a
have
bunch of them. I can
8
keep going.
rerolls, 8 rerolls for the party, and 5 natural 20s for anyone to use. So yes.
How sturdy does this lock look exactly?
Pretty sturdy.
Does it look like it could handle a tire iron?
It would take some doing, probably, if you really wanted to go at it with a tire iron. It would also create a lot of noise. Whether
I have
I
a-
care.
I
That's
have a
fair.
pretty potent energy drink. Do you think that would melt the lock or do any damage to it?
Only if you left it in there for a week.
Uh,
Probably dissolve it enough that you'd be able to pop it open.
I'll re-roll it again. Let's use
I mean,
another re-roll.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you got all these rules. You can also just take the time to do it again, but you haven't.
Oh, okay.
Right, but why not use these rerolls?
That's another
Same number.
13. This is terrible. There was an episode of DMRNC that was like this, where we just rolled thievery for 30 minutes.
When there's no pressure, I guess after a while, we'll say that at this point, it takes you like a better part of an hour to pick the lock on the padlock. Are you going at the padlock on the surface or the sort of the crew entrance padlock?
Do we have any inclination? Like, is there some reason that we would rather go one way or the other? I mean, is there
Yeah.
danger on the surface or that we know
You're not
of?
you all know that the presidential promenade has been closed for years, probably even longer than some of you have been alive.
Oh wow!
Why? No one says. No one has said.
When you
It's
open
just
up
sort
the
of
doors, Real Daddy says, "Open sesame." I brought my whole spice cabinet down here, and I've got it in my utility pack.
Think of this as after dinner for you, right? Otherwise,
And how?
You wouldn't be able to eat anything. All you get is just a piece of white bread with mayonnaise on it.
Actually, my wife came down here because she wanted ketchup, and I had to like pull it up onto her plate.
We can say that you're using the sort of the cast member entrance because it's not as cold up down here. There's a little bit of heat down here, at least protection from the wind. As you guys sort of get in there, take the lock off. It's kind of pull the chain and open up this door. Beyond is a sort of a almost like a breaker room, a circuit, electricity type, right? I'd like everyone to either give me a perception check or an engineering check.
Engineering.
Hey, I got one. Torque.
That's okay. The captain and Torque, we'll do. Everyone gets something different. The captain, you're as you guys are sort of maybe in there. It is dark in here, by the way. So one or more of you is popping out a flashlight or what have you, and you can spot that the captain that there's some the dust on the floor here is disturbed, like people were moving around.
Hey,
Right.
people have been in here, baby. We gotta keep our eyes open. Don't know what's ahead, but it's been recent.
Not so much in the way of like specific footprints, right? But definitely maybe several sets of footprints, right, that have gone over each other to make it just a sort of a general untrackable, mess. But definitely disturbed dust. Torque, you are also sort of glancing around, and what you spot, besides you notice the disturbed dust at the same time as the captain, but you also are notice another another glint off the flashlight or what have you. But this one's just sort of on the ground, not in any kind of creepy cabinet.
If something glints, I'm gonna see it. That's just the rule.
Some glints, you're gonna see it.
Remember what happened last time, buddy? We got to look at this stuff together. Maybe get a couple more eyes on it. Don't want another Iron Maiden situation.
This one is just a keychain. That is got the Whimsy. Oh, I should do this. You know what? No, what it is, I'm gonna give you a handout of what it is. It's not a keychain. It is a sort of a button. Adding a handout.
Oh,
We're talking
Bort.
like a-
My
we're talking
son's
like a
name is
button.
also Bort.
You're talking like a button, like a pushy button, or like a
Like-
wear on your shirt button.
Like a wear on your shirt button.
Ah, that's good. That's good. I got a collection going back up in the tunnels there.
It looks like that. Do you all see it?
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It says Whimsy World on it. It's got the picture of Marston Moose, little kind of a rainbow WW antlers.
I love that logo. It looks so cool.
It's so good. It's so good. Shout out
Like-
to my buddy
like-
Chris Kimball who made all the art that year.
When you
Most of the
put
art
this
is him.
out, Jason, this needs to be on a t-shirt. I will buy one today. And it needs to be like an old school like ringer like you're wearing now with the
Yeah,
Whimsy
that would
World
be great.
logo. It will look so rad.
I was
would love that.
gonna say this would also make a pretty dope enamel pen,
Yes, it would.
Oh yeah.
just like you're describing.
Keeping it in mind, keeping it all up in mind here.
It's
But this is
merchandising.
merchandising. This is, I will say, actually, this is more. This is an enamel pin. This thing that I've shown you is actually, but the backing is missing. So it's just you see the pokey bit. But it also looks like it looks new and nice. Not necessarily new, but definitely looks like it's been taken care of.
Huh. Someone dropped
That's-
this.
At this, also, one more piece of information from Miles is that someone in here definitely went to the breakers and did something.
They broke them.
Does look like there's been some rewiring here.
Okay. So does it look like someone's like rewired it for like a specific purpose or for some other building to get more power?
Oh, it's actually for this building to get some power.
And with
Maybe
no
But only
blackouts.
this one.
What's that? Sorry.
With no blackouts, like it's not part of the parts the part that don't get power.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Preferential power.
All right, so Joystick takes a mental note because last time the power was cut out, he was playing Cruising USA and he was inches away from the high score. So he's keeping this in mind.
Don't you worry about that, buddy. I'm sure you'll get it next time, Joystick.
Didn't say it out loud.
I thought you were narrating out loud like I am wont to do.
It's okay. I heard it all in my head, and I just broadcast to the rest of the crew just so we're all on the same page, and that's okay, man.
Oh, boy.
Wavelength there.
So he does,
don't use the Jeep analog, use the Corvette analog.
He does relay to everyone that this is a super odd occurrence that this building has been manipulated to have power.
Oh, they're hinkying with the electricity. I hope it's grounded like pepper. Okay, well, I'm done.
Let's hope so.
Does anybody have an engineering that they can roll to see what may have happened?
That's what
Joystick does.
Sprout.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. I thought it was your perception. Apologies.
No, that's what his engineering got this particular bit of information.
Yeah.
All right, knowing what we know about the ride that we're about to walk into, are we going to see a bunch of animatronics that are trying to kill us? I mean, that's what I think is going to happen.
Well, it's always possible, Spooky.
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. You take some time to search through the area you're in. There's not much ahead of you. There's basically a corridor, and some of the backstage bits of this particular. This is almost a show, more than anything, but it does sort of eventually all leads you to the sort of main stage, which is you're in a theater essentially, right? There are a number of animatronic presidents up on the stage. One of them is even sort of set at a sort of piano. Some of them are playing like instruments. It's a real like cross between the Hall of Presidents and the Country Bear Jamboree.
I have read creepypasta that starts like this, so I have a vision.
There's also essentially a spotlight. The lights are on up here enough that you can sort of turn your flashlights off. But there is a spotlight shining down on an easel on the stage, on which looks to be clearly a replica of the United States Constitution. Sorry, Declaration of Independence. Declaration of Independence. I'm going to bring you all to the map, and you can tell me where you want to be. Here, I have you sort of down by the seats right now, but there's an animatronic over here. There's some animatronics here and here. I have Lincoln sitting on this couch.
I have a theater lore skill. Is that something I can roll here?
Sure, if you wanted. Yeah.
Let's see what I can remember about something like this place. I'm gonna re-roll that. Here comes a re-roll.
Why not? Can only get better. You know enough. The captain. You've run shows, right? I mean, someone is trying to draw your attention to the Declaration of Independence, for sure. You don't just that doesn't happen by accident. And the fact that it's on, the light is on. Well, so don't waste electricity like that here in Whimsy World that much.
Something's going on with this Declaration of Independence, gang.
Oh, I wonder if there's a map on the back of it.
That is, by the way, right here.
Well, if the animatronics aren't going to start lecturing about the history of the United States, then I'm going to go up and inspect the Declaration of Independence to see if it's real.
Okay. It's definitely a real piece of parchment.
Oh, it's real paper.
It's actually kind of like a laminated plastic. Almost
Oh,
like a,
it's
like
not.
a
It's
dinner
real
menu.
plastic.
Yeah, it's definitely a prop.
It's a real prop.
Are you grabbing it? He
Ah,
asked. He asked leadingly.
well, if this is a genuine replica laminated in vinyl, I don't see why isn't I wouldn't.
Whoa,
It seems
whoa,
like I
whoa,
gotta.
Jeff, settle down.
Oh, it's a real replica. That's what it looks like.
Could be a real trap, baby. We got to take a look around. There's
No,
There's
who
lights
trapped
on
the
this for some
Declaration of
reason.
Independence. I grab it.
Okay.
Yeah,
There's
let him.
there's definitely something written on. There's definitely something written on the back.
It's on the back. There's something on the back. I think it's like a map or something.
It's more like a combination.
It's a DVD of National Treasure.
At that same time, and just like that one episode of The Simpsons, George Washington turns to you, electricity in his eyes, as does Abraham Lincoln, and the sort of this country hoedown kind of music is sort of faintly begins playing over the loudspeakers here, while sparks kind of start flying off of Abraham Lincoln's sort of one of his hands. And we're going to have an initiative off here. We're going to have some initiative.
Yep. I forgot
Looks like
to
it didn't take
click on
my.
Yeah, I forgot
That's okay,
to
I'll
click
get
on
you.
my boy.
I'll get you. I'll
Thank
get you. Who else? Then hate it when this does this. All right. What else we got? We got everyone. Okay.
Nope.
Captain, you got a 10.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, we don't have Kid Vid. Joystick, I mean. Whoops. There we go. Oh, you're in there twice. You are in there. Okay. All right, let me roll for my boys. I should also, yeah.
Oh my.
Shoot. I fucked that up. I mean, whoops. I messed that up.
I played bass for animatronic Washington.
Unfortunately, monsters always go first. And
Oh, no.
animatronic Washington says to you, I was born in Virginia in 1732. Virginia was one of only the 13 colonies that were ruled by England. America was not a country yet.
That's so fascinating.
As he pulls out a hatchet and attempts to hit you with it.
He's chopping down my cherry tree. What an honor.
I think that's going to hit you.
You
you're
betcha.
You're going to take 7 points of slashing damage.
Oh,
With
geez.
this animatronic hatchet. And since you were right there, I'm going to do it again. Does 15 hit you? I don't think
Oh,
it does.
no.
Okay. That blow, you turn aside. And now it's your turn, Grill Daddy.
Oh, boy.
Oh no, just drawing on the board.
Didn't mean to draw.
I suppose I'm gonna mark here this here let's see. Let me measure something actually real quick.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay, they're a little close together. They're a little far apart for what I was hoping for. Yeah, I'm going to mark President Washington here, and I'm going to stick him with a fork.
All right.
Stick my fork right in his gears. 19 to hit.
Yeah. I think that does hit. That
Oh, boy.
does hit.
7 points of piercing damage.
You jam a fork into his chest, and it doesn't seem to affect him at all.
Oh no, I made a mistake. And I'm going to hop down off the stage and
You make a run for it.
run away.
Alrighty.
Okay, let's see. I've got 25 feet of movement here. Let me see if I
Oh yeah.
see if I can
Make sure you
really
get
do
that
that.
far.
Almost. I can get to like in
You're still on
front
the
of
stage. Yeah.
Torque. Okay. Yeah. Oh gosh.
All right. Joystick.
All right, so Joystick is going to try to overcharge again.
All right.
It's engineering. 16.
That is enough. Just barely.
All right. And is going to aim his light gun at old George Washington and take a shot. It's a 14.
Oops. That's going to miss.
Do I want to re-roll that? Yes. I will re-roll.
Okay.
It's 19.
That is a hit.
All right. And so my overcharge adds what, 4?
Yes.
To it?
It
All right.
does.
So that's a total of 12 points damage.
Well, sorry. You didn't roll a critical, so it's only 2. But
Oh, only 2. Okay.
Yeah. It's
So
half
10 points of
half.
damage.
You singe George Washington. Singe some of his curly locks.
Oh no.
You've got one more action, I believe. Actually.
So I know you added this for flavor, Jason, but
Sure.
I feel for his last action, Joystick is going to want a game with power, and
All right.
confer to his beat up paperback book that he keeps, secrets to beating all the hottest arcade games.
You're gonna think about
in
that.
hopes to maybe he wrote down some
Hey,
information that might help in this battle.
give me an engineering check. This is basically a recall knowledge, I think, with your engineering skill.
Okay,
Because these guys are, essentially robots.
that's a 21.
Yeah, you harken back to I'm trying to think of a good fake video game that has I almost said Robotron. It's Constructatron 2049, where you're shooting a bunch of robots, and that they are difficult to hit. They are very much armored, but if you score a critical, that will make them easier to hit.
Okay.
Basically, if you hit them in the weak spot, that weakens them permanently.
But he doesn't know the weak spot.
There's at the moment there are no glowing red bits on either of these animatronics.
Okay. Cool.
But maybe you hit them in the neck. There's no called shots in this game, but basically if you get them with a critical, they'll be easier to hit.
He'll do it. All right.
Yeah. All right, animatronic Lincoln. I was born in 1809 in Kentucky in a log cabin, he says as he clanks forward and as he does so, he brings out a rail splitter, because he was old Honest Abe the rail splitter. And he doesn't actually need to move from where he's standing. He can hit Grill Daddy from here.
Oh no, he's got some sort of reach there.
I got a reach weapon. Rail splitter. Does a 14 hit you?
Oh, it doesn't hit my AC.
It doesn't hit your AC. I'm gonna. I got 2 rerolls. This is a reroll.
You have 3 rerolls, Jason.
Oh well.
And now you
have 2.
Now you have 2.
Now I have 2. Well then, but my second attack.
Oh no!
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh,
Mr.
boy.
Lincoln.
Mr. Lincoln gets you good. You're gonna take 25 points of damage from his rail splitter.
Oh my! Hey, wait a minute. I gotta do some math here. Okie dokie. Ah, yowzers. Ochi. Hachi machi.
All right, Captain.
Ha, get it? Wait. Hachi machi. It's
The
red
captain.
pepper flakes.
Oh, we're taking some damage here, gang. Everybody, take a look at me, because I'm going to do some things. Let's do a little bit of infectious focus. So by stealing my mind, I can encourage myself to do things and give motivation to my allies. So I can choose a +1 status bonus to attack rolls, will saves, or charisma-based skill checks until the end of next turn. So I'm going to choose attack rolls.
Mm-hmm.
But anybody who is observing this and in 30 feet of me, which should be all of the team,
Mm-hmm.
can take a single action if that action has the concentrate trait. But I don't know what that means.
Well, that just
So
means
I'm-
you have to think. If you're being jostled about, or I think if you had like a rage, for instance, you might not be able to concentrate on focus on things. So,
and I'm gonna point. I'm gonna take my submachine gun
Ooh.
and I'm gonna shoot it at
right.
Lincoln.
Shooting Lincoln. Don't forget to just so everyone knows, in this particular bit, I have psychic powers and not spellcasters exactly. You get your powers through feats, and you got to burn stamina to use them. So you got to burn 1 stamina to use that power.
Yes, so I'm down to 17 stamina, and hey, honest Dave, I'm sorry to shoot you in a theater again, but oh, I'm gonna take a natural 20 on this.
Take a natural 20 on that. All right. I'm going to let you keep that damage roll too.
Yes.
Because that's pretty dang good. And now, but also roll a d12 because it is deadly. So when you get a critical, you get an extra d12 of damage. That is not doubled, but the 24 7 is 31. Minus that is math, but that's still more hit points than he has. Okay.
I have one other question for you.
Yes.
So for one of my class feats, I have a feat called Instant Focus, which
Right.
allows me to gain stamina points back if one of my allies critically succeeds. Is that just allies, or does that happen when I crit as well?
No, I think the way this class works is that you pick one of these types of things, and one of them is when you critically succeed, and the other one is when your allies critically succeed, sort of thing. So
Cool.
you're more focused on how you want your allies to do well instead of yourself. Yep. Yeah, that would be the mind. The mind knife has the one where when you critically succeed, you get your focus back. Yeah. Well. So many damages there. I'm gonna do the math again in my head. 24 plus 7 is 31. Minus 9 is 22. Yep. Okay. Yep. You basically you John Wilkes Booth him. And blow his head off.
Semper Tyrannis, I think is what they said.
Yeah. Lucretia.
Lucretia is going to stand up from her seat that she has taken in the theater while everybody is, messing around, and stare straight at George Washington.
Mm-hmm.
They glare to intimidate him, to
All right.
demoralize.
Okay.
It's a 17.
Let me check something here. Okay. You give him a good look, but he doesn't seem scared of you. He is a robot.
Oh man.
He knows no fear.
Can't demoralize a robot.
Can't
No.
demoralize a robot.
Yet.
Yes.
It's not in their programming to be scared of people. All right.
He looks at you and says, hold on, let me find a good fact. When I was 20, I joined the Virginia Army. I was very brave and was soon put in charge of a whole militia.
So good.
Question about
good.
the rules then. So if I can't do that, is there no way for me to gain brutality against this robot?
You could gain brutality if you there was a thing that everyone could do for brutality that I might have forgotten to tell you, and I apologize for that. When you're sneaky, right? If you do something, if you hide, and you gain brutality.
Okay. Oh, well, I
You
was
mentioned that,
kind of
sorry.
hiding. I was hiding in the pews. Like,
Well, if you want to switch
purposefully.
out this intimidate check for a stealth check, I will do that.
Okay.
I will let you.
Okay, I can do that.
change
Do you
your
want to
action.
keep the die roll, or you want me to just roll it again?
What did you get? You got a good number, right? I mean, yeah, you got a pretty good number. We'll say yes. That was a stealth check, which is probably even better for you, right? Or well, whatever.
I think it's
but
exactly the same, actually.
you now have brutality because they don't know you're
Great.
there.
Cool. All right. So with that, I'm going to use my trick attack with
Mhm.
my pistol. I'm going to take a shot with my pistol.
Great.
And question, excuse me. So if I don't use the finisher, is there any reason not to use the finisher?
You do 2 extra points of damage when you have brutality and you just regular attack.
Right. But with the finisher, it would be 2d6.
Right. If
So-
you hit, and then you lose your brutality.
Okay. Whereas
You
I
have
would
to get
keep it
again.
until.
Yeah, you would just keep
okay.
it until the end of the fight or until you used it. But there's only one guy. Maybe you want to try to do extra damage to him because he did seem like he was pretty tough. Grill Daddy stabbed him
Yeah,
with a fork and nothing much happened.
I'm going to try to take him down. I'm going to finish
Great.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a natural 20.
Oh man. Alrighty. Okay. So what we'll do is that 5 though does get doubled. So you're doing 11, 22.
Yeah, and I have the
then-
additional damage there, so it would be an extra 5. Yeah.
Yeah. Now roll an extra d12 because it is deadly. All of my guns are deadly. Everybody, I'm trying this out.
7.
That's good because 22. Oh, God, you did it again. 22 plus 7 is 29. Minus 9 is 20. Gosh, and I have 20 hit points. Oh, I had 19 because I got slightly damaged before. You blow George Washington's face off
Yes.
with your gun. You pop up from behind the seat and he didn't know you were there, and then you shoot him. And as he goes down, he says, I was unanimously country president. I don't know if that's coming across, but I'm trying it.
No, it's great. It's fantastic. It's working very well.
Thank you.
I always heard he
Yes.
had wooden teeth. Guess he had a glass jaw too.
These fights are going so fast with natural 20s being thrown out all over the place. That's for certain.
Makes a big difference.
That's great. It's a stream and everyone should be having fun.
Jason, send Lyndon Johnson after them now.
Lyndon B. Johnson comes out and he goes, "Ah."
We need Rutherford Hayes attack quick. I'm sure you have those facts just like
I've
sitting
got
on the edge
no,
of your
hold on.
tip of your tongue.
I'll take you to my great society.
It's
William
time for-
Henry Harrison.
I died in 30 days.
The silver standard is a more economical model. I don't think that guy ever actually got elected to the presidency. I think he ran.
Well, Douglas, yeah, no, he was defeated by Lincoln in debates. There is a Roosevelt over here, but the wheelchair doesn't seem to be able to move any, so he's just flailing around. I knocked my headphones out.
They should have. This place isn't wheelchair accessible. It's not.
It's not. It was built in the 90s, so.
Yeah. Well,
Or even, actually, it was built in the 50s.
The
So definitely
standards
not
were
wheelchair
different
accessible.
back then.
built in
Yeah.
the 50s, last updated in the 60s.
I'm sorry, Seth, you haven't gotten to attack anybody in 2 fights. I really thought these would
I
be-
pat him on the back and I say, "Great job there, Torque. You're doing a great job."
I'm gonna make sure that the next couple fights are way harder. Don't mind me. Oh wait, don't
I
compare.
mean, that's just kind of what happens when everyone's using all their rerolls and
Yes,
natural
indeed.
20s before it gets to my turn.
Yeah, somebody
Really
save a
thought that
natural
would
20
last.
for Seth.
Okay.
Seth, you should use a natural 20 for your next initiative roll.
I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
I was thinking about it.
Don't
And
worry,
then,
Seth, I
then
got
use
you.
all the 20s before they get a chance to.
I'm going to make 3 attacks. I'm going to use natural 20 on all 3 of them.
Key monster up with natural 20s.
But he dies after the first one. I stutter.
So indeed, there is a series of digits on the back of the Declaration of Independence that look like some sort of passcode. those of you in the know, and Miles will say that you kind of get this. Yeah, might be the reason the power was diverted to this particular place, or at least one reason. These animatronics shouldn't move, and they definitely shouldn't just be attacking people with their hatchets and rail splitters. And why do they even have weapons in the first place? It's a little weird.
Yeah, it's a little wild. I mean, I definitely think that Joystick would put two and two together. Should I roll for weird, or should I just?
You want to roll for weird? You want to roll for engineering, as you can look over the quote unquote corpses of these.
22 on weird.
Yeah. Both of you, the Joystick and the captain, like you've heard maybe like tall tales of sometimes the rides going a little haywire and attacking cast members. It's most people don't put much stock in these rumors,
Right.
but it is odd that they would have. I mean, they're just sort of simple. They're supposed to follow a simple programming, right? So someone either altered that particular program to be able to like attack people, which is crazy, or that programming was always there and it just needed to be unlocked.
Hmm. So I mean, I think that Joystick, would infer that this place is being used by the rumored secret society, and I mean, because there's no other way, there's no other reason for these things to one have power and then to be armed and attacking people unless it's protecting something.
Yeah.
And so he would probably relay that to his fellow teammates.
But what were they protecting? Is it this, or is there something else here that we haven't found yet?
Oh, it's definitely something we haven't found yet. There's secrets here.
Well, the captain, I'll say, with your non-natural 20, but you're very good 18, and knowledge of sort of theater and whatnot, can sort of let me bring you back to. Sorry, I don't know why I took you away from the promenade, because we're still talking about it. Can spot a strange hatch in the floor backstage. Sort of back here behind the curtain.
Hey, gang! I found a little bit of a deep dive, if you will. If you want to check it out, it seems like there's something back here that we can all get down with.
You want to head on in?
I'm for it. How about the rest of you?
Yeah, down the hatch.
It is unlocked, but it's kind of heavy, wooden, metal. And clicking on some flashlights. And actually, as you get down there, you can find one of the little pull lights, one of the little pull chains for a light bulb overhead. And you find yourself in kind of like not a huge, but not a tiny meeting space. It seems to be sort of like concrete walls. There is no dust down here for sure, and a number of sort of random chairs sort of strewn about, pulled out from maybe old renovations of the theater out. The Presidential Promenade Theater out front. So they're stuck together in a row, but still kind of more comfortable than folding chairs. And a dais and basically behind that what's my one I say like a cork board hanging on the wall, and on that particular cork board are a number of pictures of they're actually they look like old Polaroids, right? Old Polaroids. And they've been thumbtacked to the thing, and many of them you can see it's prominent people of Whimsy World, including most of the directors. It's suspicious that director Gary isn't on one of those, but director Maisie, director Marston, director Dippy, the weird cat, is all. They're all there, and then underneath there are some like notes and paper, like just sort of reading them over. It's definitely like weaknesses and strengths and points of pressure that a society might put on these people to get them to do what they want. You found kind of basically a kind of a not quite a headquarters exactly, but definitely a data center of sorts. And there's a map of the park, lots of pins in it. They don't seem to be labeled, but they're just basically in various rides. There's like 2 pins up at Macabre Manor. There's a couple pins in the King Arthur roller coaster and in the Enchanted Forest, right? The Excalibur roller coaster. There's a couple pins over in Speed City, one of their rides. The Whirligator, and you're not sure what that means, but if anyone wants to try to give me a maybe a weird check or a community check.
I'll do a weird check.
Got some community for you.
Community. Ooh.
Or all community this time too.
Apparently, I don't fit in as well as I thought I did.
You're just so optimistic, Grill Daddy. You see the best in everyone, so you don't get all this sort of sneaky suspicion. But definitely Lucretia and the captain, you guys at least have a devious enough mind to realize, oh, this is sort of a marking of like probably all the people who are at least faithful to the secret society, or at least friendly to the secret society. The number of cast members in each of these particular rides. And whatnot.
It's like a fan club, a nefarious fan club.
Indeed, very nefarious. What do you? You're all down there, basically at this point.
Yes, joystick definitely would have popped down there.
Fair enough.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can I go ahead and roll a quick medicine check there?
Sure, you can take a little medicine check on yourself.
Oh, let's give it a try. Oh boy, pretty good.
Yeah, you're getting 2d8 back. It's not
2d8.
quite a critical. It's close though.
Oh no! It's not ideal there.
You have to wait basically an hour before you can do that again.
Jabert, if you use a +5, you can make it critical. Probably.
That's true.
That's a great point. I'll do that. I'll make it
Okay.
a crit.
Use that +5.
Hooray, 12 points back.
Yeah.
Much better.
That's
And
much better.
also, we have another donation of another natural 20. This time for Seth, so you can go first in combat and just pwn these fools.
I'll make sure to use it for that purpose. Thank you.
Do you want to spend another 10 minutes to get your stamina back, Grill Daddy?
That would also be great. I
Alright.
was
You guys are.
What do
It
you
takes.
hurt there?
I don't know what you guys want to do with all this particular information, but it definitely takes you at least 10 minutes to sort of like suss out what's going on down here. It does look like the lectern might have had a place for a book, but that book is missing.
That's interesting. Does it look like the book has been moved recently, or is there?
You're not sure. You're not sure. It kind of has a. You suspect there's a book there because there's a little reading light over that part of the lectern. Right.
Interesting.
Lucretia is very distracted because she can't think of anyone at the manor who cares enough about anything to join a secret society.
That's how secret societies get you. Yeah, something like that.
right. The first 20 years of membership, it's nothing but playing Uno. They lull you into a false sense of security, and then they spring the initiation on you.
Grill Daddy, are you down in the hatch as
Oh
well?
yeah. Oh, you betcha.
Okay. You're probably maybe since you're banding yourself up, you might be standing closest to the ladder that leads up.
Oh,
into
of
the-
course, yeah.
Right. Well, you're standing there. The door, the hatch slams shut,
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
plunging you all not into darkness because you have a light on here, but definitely slam shut. And you hear something being pushed over the hatch.
Oh, shoot.
Something heavy on the wooden floorboards of the stage up ahead.
Oh, it's that easel.
Maybe something bigger.
Could be bigger than an easel.
So FDR's wheelchair has been rolled on top of us.
That's right. It feels like an entire president's up in here.
It's Taft, you guys. It's always Taft. It's
Oh,
Taft in the
Taft!
bathtub. It's
In the
Taft and he's stuck in the
bathtub.
bathtub. What do you all want to do?
Can I roll theater lore to see if I know a way out of this that is through a different location?
I'm going to tell you, you don't need to roll because you're in a concrete bunker down here, and there just seems to be a ladder up, and that is it.
Oh,
There's maybe a bit of a tiny vent that's about like yay big that for some air gets in here, but no one's crawling through that. Also, is it getting hotter in here? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Maybe you're
You
all just
tell
sort of-
me.
You're just sort of you're not really sure. You're just sort of maybe a little flushed from the fight.
It's getting hot in here, but nobody get undressed.
All right, nerds, stand back. I'm going to push this thing out of the way.
All right, Torque gets to the top of the ladder.
I'm going to try and brace legs on either side of the little
Mhm.
the vent that we're in, and just try to push it up.
Give me an athletics check, or take a natural 20, I guess, if you want. Or you can roll first and then see what you want to do.
All right, that's pretty low.
That's pretty low. You put your kind of, there's not a lot of leverage. Trying to get your shoulder into it, it's difficult.
Here, Torque, take this pry bar. It'll
He-
help you.
He looks down to see if anybody's watching him.
Yeah, we're all staring up at
Yeah,
you.
we're all just blankly staring.
We can all see you, Torque.
Yeah, and he just kind of he notices everyone's looking. He's just like, getting warmed up. I got this. I will use one of my 2 natural 20s indeed to shove at this thing.
Okay. All you needed was to make sure people were watching you.
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
you just bash your way up, and that whatever was on top looks, it was like maybe a piece of this furniture or whatever, sort of tumbles off to the side, and the smell of smoke immediately assaults your sensitive dog nose.
Ah.
You don't see any blazing flames currently where you are, but there's a fire nearby for sure. You maybe hear a bit of a crackle.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not supposed to yell fire in the theater,
Unless it's true.
unless it's true.
Yeah, I'll just Torque will clamber out and reach down to help people get out from their concrete
Alright.
tomb.
Well, thank you, Torque. Pardon me, President Taft. Run down the aisle.
All right. What are you guys heading basically back the way you came through the crew member area, or heading towards the front door, which you remember is still locked from the outside, as far as you know? The sort of the guest entrance to the theater, because as you get at least sort of get on the main stage, the lot of the curtains and whatnot in here are on fire and crackling.
I wonder if we should go to the front door because I don't know, we haven't been that way, and it's possible that we could unlock it potentially.
What you want to go to the locked door?
Well,
It was padlocked from the outside.
Oh, was it padlocked from the outside?
I'm
Okay.
gonna roll
that-
Parenthood on this one.
No, that's
No, we're going. We're
Sorry.
gonna use our safety rules.
I forgot it was a padlock and not just
Right.
locked.
Right, because if it was locked, you could maybe just unlock it and walk
Yeah,
out. Right.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. What sort of your, I guess, running away from the fire order? Who's first? Who's last out? Who's last out? Basically, let me just ask that.
Not
Real
it.
Daddy will bring
Not
up
it.
the rear.
Right.
For purposes of trying to make sure all these kids are safe, and also
Indeed.
because I'm dragging along a bunch of alligator meat and I'm hoping to get a good smoke on it while we're getting out of here.
Oh,
Always thinking with the grill
I'm
first.
gonna get some hickory and polyester smoke on it.
nice. Oh, lovely.
And presidential robot.
And
Yeah, these robots
smoke.
are kind of melting at this point. Well, some of them are on fire themselves. Definitely, it was probably Jefferson at the piano, so he's kind of, his face is kind of. Why don't you though give me a reflex save as a not a full beam, but definitely a bit of burning curtain rod kind of swings down at you as you're exiting the theater.
Curtain rod, go! Oh no!
No, you want to stick with that?
I gotta re-roll this one.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Oh,
even
no.
better.
Not great.
Not ideal there, everybody. But
You could add a +5, I think, right, Shabart?
I don't know if that one's gonna do it for me. But yeah, why not? I'll add a +5 on that.
Alrighty.
15.
All right. So you're only going to take half damage,
Oh, hooray!
but a pretty big roll for my part. So only 9
Right.
points of kind of half fire, half bludgeoning damage.
Oh, goodness.
As this thing kind of cracks you across the back of the head, but you're jumping forward at the same time into the sort of more, again, sort of less wood and more concrete area that is the passageway that leads to the breaker room. You guys are rushing forward.
I'm glad that I healed up, because otherwise that would have been curtains for Grill Daddy.
Yeah. You guys noticed right away that the door that you came in,
Grill Daddy
it was a curtain.
Curtains, right?
Yeah, you did it. It was good.
I got
There is you guys get to the breaker room and you can't help but notice that the door is they immediately closed, right? And maybe you don't remember, maybe it swung shut behind you. You're not 100% sure, but whoever's first in that room and first to the door, it does not open right away. It feels like it has been chained and padlocked from the outside.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, my parenthood roll.
You couldn't have known. You couldn't have known. This is very unsafe. You know that much. This is definitely very unsafe.
Well, surely they only have the one padlock, so the other door has to be unlocked now, right?
Well, I guess that's a
Right,
good
we
question.
took that padlock with us, right?
Did you take that padlock? I'm gonna say, if you wanted to say you take that padlock, it definitely doesn't necessarily know. You don't know if it's locked, but it's definitely, there's a chain. It doesn't open right away. It maybe gives a little bit of smoke out, but it's definitely chained shut, not necessarily padlocked shut. Chained and padlocked shut. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because you probably took the padlock with you. I mean, why wouldn't you? You're adventurers. You'd probably just scoop everything up. What do you guys want to do about that, though? Smoke is sort of pouring in from the burning theater at this point, but it hasn't.
If nobody
gotten
stops him,
lethal
Torque's gonna ram it with his elbow, with his shoulder.
I was gonna.
You
say,
know what?
I've
Let's
got
let this happen.
I've got a pry bar in my inventory. I can give that to you. Give you
No.
leverage.
Oh no.
boy.
Torque, you ram almost headfirst into the cement wall that's right next to the door.
Oh,
You miscalculated. It's the shades, you're wearing them inside, and you just missed the door completely.
all right. Daddy made us go this way. Daddy's gonna get us out of this one.
Oh,
boy!
Daddy does.
Oh, Grill Daddy, popping the door open. Give it the old Jimmy. What's it? Yeah.
And it's a sight indeed as you kick the door open and smoke is pouring out sort of from behind you as you step out, magnificent in your apron and
Into the street, kids.
grill-based armor, which we didn't describe, by the way. I should have mentioned that you've got a shield and a
like a big grill grate over my chest.
over your chest, yeah. And you all kind of stumble back out into the fresh, cool air, gasping as behind you, the presidential promenade appears to be burning.
The whole thing.
I mean, it's not fully completely fire yet, but there's definitely maybe some licks of flames that you see on the roof.
So are we currently on the main level, or are we under in the
That's a good point. You are underground. But
Okay.
the corridor you're in is long enough that you're not going to die of smoke inhalation in the next minute. If you want to rush forward towards the it is definitely also cooler down here, I guess, right, than inside a burning building. But if you rush outside, you can see that the building that you just came from is burning. And at this point, obviously, many other of your fellow cast members are sort of starting to gather around, and there is a bucket brigade that begins to form pretty quickly. If you all want to take part in that, you definitely can. But it's a lot of the members of the Yesterland, a lot of the cast members of Yesterland are there, and there is a what's it called again? A Monticello log flume that has enough water sort of left in it that people are able to scoop out of it. Some other people are rushing off to the Enchanted Forest has a little lake in it that's near where the King Arthur Excalibur roller coaster is, because it looks like it goes underwater, but it doesn't quite go. That's just a trick of the ride. But that is,
Revealing all the
15-minute,
park secrets
10-minute
right
walk. I am, yes. It's like a good 10-minute walk at least from there. So it's a long bucket chain, and it shows
It's
that
a long way to Sploosh Mountain.
as long as Sploosh Mountain, yeah.
That's an
I gotta steal that.
unauthorized
I gotta
DVD
steal
that people were selling.
So it is it takes some time for at least to sort of dampen the flames here that have been going on, and as you sort of are watching, you're noticing that many of the people, many of your fellow cast members are pulling together to sort of at least attempt to make sure that the entire park doesn't burn down. What a nice community. But they're banding together, and by at this point, late-ish afternoon, the fire is put out enough, but the damage to the presidential promenade is probably irreversible. Everyone, I want to go ahead and make for me a perception check as you are, I assume, helping out here, putting the fire out and whatnot. Torque, you're noticing that indeed some of the directors have come down, but Director Gary is nowhere to be seen in this, and most people haven't sort of commented on it yet because it's too much of a chaos thing, chaotic bit that happened. But you definitely notice, because you're probably maybe looking like, oh, it can't be Director Gary. Gary Goose is my hero.
I'm always looking for the goose.
Yeah, he's not there.
It's got more
Goose
important
is
things
loose.
to
The goose might be loose. But Director Marston does find you. Says, the champions, you seem to be all right. Well, I'm glad. Did you find the information? Did you find the key? It's this is a tragedy that is would only be rivaled by us completely losing power.
I hold up the mostly melted version of the
Yes.
Declaration of Independence.
I think I can make out the numbers. Yes, I think that's it. Yes, you'll need that and the key to get into the Progress Planet. Do you have that as well?
Is this the one?
This is yes, good. Then time is of the essence. You must go as quickly as you can. The Snow Whites are massing along the parking lot borders. We're being sabotaged from
they're being
within.
followed by those 7 short people.
Indeed. We still have to figure out whether or not this fire was an accident or deliberate. I tell you, I have my suspicions. As he nods at you, his little antlers go. Deet, 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 deet. But that might be for another time. Please. And Torquay hands you a different set of keys. Go to the entrance to the park. We have there's a people hauler there. You'll take that across the parking lot to Nuvat, and from there into Planet Progress.
Sounds good.
Yes. Do we want to take 5 minutes? A quick 5-minute break as we move on to the next section of this.
Absolutely.
That sounds great to me.
Sounds fabulous.
So we'll be back in
Just a
5 and
moment.
5.
I'm gonna go replace all my spices.
Folks, do not go anywhere. But get ready to come back, as we'll be back in 5x5 more Battle for Whimsy World.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are playing some nonsense that I've made up. In the battle for Whimsy World, the group has found the two artifacts, the key and the passcode to get into Planet Progress, and figure out why all these ice zombies want to attack Whimsy World's power source. Ooh, what's it going to be? What secrets are being held within that big silvery sphere? Let's find out. You've been sort of told to rush as fast as you can across the parking lot to the other theme park, essentially to the Nuvat Center, and you're given the keys to a people hauler, a souped-up, basically kind of golf cart tram situation. And there, as you guys are rushing towards the to the front entrance, which the gates have been opened, and grabbing the again, it's basically those trams that take you from the parking lot to the park itself.
Yeah, it's like if a golf cart was a bus.
Yeah, if a golf cart was a bus, exactly.
A trolley.
Torque, I assume you're getting behind the wheel.
Oh yeah.
While the rest of you are piling into the back.
Now this is a real vehicle.
Yeah, it is. It's full of
I'll
wheels and a
man the
steering wheel and
radio.
everything. The radio is basically, I guess, you grabbing the
Little
speaker,
tour mic thing.
tour mic, exactly, and talking into it.
Our captain's on the mic, and we're gonna drag out to some smooth jams as we go across.
You peel out into the parking lot, which is mostly sort of covered with a light dusting of snow. There's some old decrepit vehicles under some piles of snow and whatnot. There's enough of a path, I think, that probably at least people can go from one park to the other pretty easily when they need to go check on things. But as you get maybe about not even much of a third of a way, there's a sort of a gunshot in the air, and the sound of another vehicle coming up behind you. It is another people mover, and in it you can see that there are also 5 people, 1 person behind the wheel, and sort of 4 people in the back. All of them are wearing the prominent Whimsy World token buttons. I shouldn't say to edit it. I just wanted to show it to you all again. And they're saying, the Planet Progress must not be breached. The secret of the Winterites must be kept safe. And they peel up behind you, basically. And this is going to be some vehicular combat. Vehicular combat is going to be almost pretty much like normal combat with a little bit of a twist, which I'll get to once let me bring you all over to the parking lot chase scene. And you can barely see the cars from all the tokens underneath it, but that's the way it is. The way we're going to do is we're going to roll initiative as normal. Those of you who are behind the wheel can use driving as your initiative. Seth, there's no button to press, unfortunately. You're just going to roll your driving normal, and we'll just fill it in. And what we're going to do is we're going to have the people who are driving make their actions in sort of reverse order, much in the way that Starship Combat works in Starfinder. But you at those times you can only take actions that have the driving trait. Seth has a whole bunch of fun things that's like side swiping the other car, or accelerating to get away, or doing a bootleg turn, that kind of stuff. And then we'll go back down, and any actions you don't use, you'll have them in the normal turn order, which will go back down from highest. And you got a natural 20 on that driving skill.
Hey, I don't need to use no rerolls or nothing.
You don't need to know.
This is what I do.
Best with the best, you die like the rest.
So, and essentially the way this is going to be is kind of like relative movement from one another. You guys are assumed to be careening down this parking lot. So if you accelerate and you just get 1 square ahead, that's sort of, you're just getting a little further ahead. Things will be coming at you, possibly ice patches, things in the, monsters in the way, what have you, which you'll need to avoid or ram through, or at your leisure. There will also be, if you desire, there's not a ton of room on these things at the moment, but there might be some boarding, people jumping from vehicle to vehicle. We'll see if that how that works.
Question. So
Yes.
I am driving too. Would it be useful for me to roll?
Well, you're not behind
that,
the wheel
or-
at the moment.
Okay.
If for whatever reason Torque gets taken out, you might need to jump over and take the wheel.
Gotcha.
Right?
Okay.
Or if you want to jump onto the other car and punch out the other driver and take their car, that's something you can attempt to do too. Yeah. Some
Okay,
of you are
cool.
trained in driving. Everyone maybe gets a little something in this hack that I'm doing. Driving is a lot like perception. You either, you don't have to spend your precious skill ranks on it. All right. I'm going to start rolling for my people, my drivers. What do I have for her? What does my driver have?
I take it we should roll some initiative.
Yes, also roll your initiative because this is happening at the same sort of pace as regular combat.
We roll initiative or driving?
You roll initiative because you only roll driving if you're driving, if you're the one doing the driving.
Oops, I didn't do my token.
That's okay. I gotta do that. Boy, how do you do this fast, Patrick?
I don't. I usually edit out all my mistakes on the podcast.
Oh.
And there are several.
The magic of editing.
It's like more like how did Seth do this when he was a streaming GM? I was very impressed.
I had to. It required so much prep work. It was kind of insane.
Okay. Do we have? We don't have Torque on here yet. But we have his roll, and we don't have joystick on here yet. Okay. Torque, you got a 25. And I added the captain Torque again. Picked the wrong button. Hey everyone, how's it going? You doing good? Everyone's having a good
I'm just not on there at all.
There you are. I got you. I'm stalling for time here by talking.
All right.
Okay.
I was gonna say the song on the radio playing is "The World is Quite Small, Don't You Know?"
Folks, I just want to say, in addition to donations, we have some giveaways tonight. The next time someone rolls a natural 2, if you put a toot in the chat, you can win a Roll20 code for a Pathfinder 2nd Edition beginner box.
Ooh,
Wow.
Whoa.
Yep, I've put that in the Discord as well, so people have a chance to win it, no matter where you are.
So basically, that means we're big old jerks if we use those rerolls.
Well, no, just when it comes up, just throw the
Comes up,
toot in the chat, and I'll remind you when it comes up.
And Patrick, it looks like we are less than $100 away from 4,000 raised right now.
Wow.
Woo.
That's great.
Oh goodness gracious! I hope we get
gracious.
there tonight.
Let's do it. Let's do it, everybody. Because Seth, you rolled best, you get to react to what happens to the other car. The other driver guns it, gets a little bit closer, as you can see, and then she's going to try to clip your vehicle with her vehicle. Do a little bit of a clipping, and does not succeed. And then she's going to save her third action just in case she needs it. Now we'll go Seth. So, because you're at the top of the round of normal initiative, you can basically use all 3 of your actions in any sort of fashion you like. So if you want to do 3 driving actions, you can. You want to just if you don't do any driving actions, you might lose control. You have to at least maintain your speed, spend an action to do that. But you can just also take a couple shots with your gun or something if you wanted to. So what do you want to do?
Okay. Well, I think he anticipates the attempted pit maneuver,
Yeah.
and he'll. I don't know what combination of actions I would use here, but I would like to swerve to the side as they come at us, and then ram right back into them.
Oh, you want to get behind them and then ram into them?
Yeah, I want to move to the side, slow down, and come back at them.
Okay, so you're gonna basically change your what did I call it? Adjust acceleration, meaning decelerate a little bit. You can you'll move 2 squares if you spend 1 action decelerating, right? Because the stats of your cars, you have an acceleration stat of 2, which means you can basically change it in 2 in either direction as an action. So
okay.
You can do that again if you want. You'll be 2 behind them.
Or here, can I do a side swipe at this position?
You can do a side swipe here for sure.
I think I'm going to do a side swipe.
Yes. For a ram is all of your actions, though, just so you know.
Got it. Okay. We'll do a side swipe.
Reckless, but a side swipe might not be reckless. It's not reckless. Great. So some actions have a reckless trait. You need to sort of make sure you maintain control of the vehicle before.
Does a 24 hit their vehicular
oh,
AC.
24, I believe. They have the same as you, which I
So-
believe is just a 13. So that is a critical success. That is good news. And a sideswipe critical. Where did I put all that? Okay. You deal collision damage to the other vehicle. So I believe that is 2d8.
Indeed.
And your vehicle takes no damage. So this is
He
to
can
their
drive 55. All right.
vehicle. All right.
A 13.
Okay, you deal some damage to this car. Obviously, it's got some hardness because it's an object, but you smash in one of the fenders, kind of bending on the wheel, and then I need to make a driving check to maintain control of this vehicle. Oh my word! I've succeeded, but hey,
Do I have one more action left?
you do. You can use that as a normal action, or you can use that as a driving action if you wish.
I think after sideswiping them, anybody paying attention to Torque sees him pull out a ridiculously sawn-off shotgun from his jacket.
There you go. All right. So that is because you're at the top of the round. Basically, that's sort of all your actions. Lucretia, we're on to you. You've been sideswiped. By the way, hopefully this configuration was fine. I just sort of threw you on the back and whatever. But now you are basically face to face with another person, a couple other people actually, as they are peering between the bars that sort of make up the sides of this. Not like close bars, but just a couple ones that like a golf cart, you guys. I don't know how much.
So face to face.
Yeah.
Meaning like within melee range or like
within melee range.
Okay. Yeah. Would there be any penalty for using a pistol at this range?
There's no penalty if the person if anyone within reach does have an attack of opportunity, I might take it. Maybe I'll take it, but that's the risk you take.
All right. I'll take that risk. All right. So first, she wants
you've fallen into my trap.
Oh no! Wait! I'm not attacking yet.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
So I want to stare hard into the eyes of the passengers across the way. Lady. Yeah. I'm gonna look with my dead eyes right at her, probably equally dead eyes, and attempt to demoralize her.
All right.
That is 21.
That is a success.
All right. So that gives me brutality.
And she's frightened.
Awesome. So I am going to now leverage my pistol. I could use my shiv.
You can still
use my shiv.
With that shiv too.
Yeah, let me just use my shiv since we are melee range. And I
think you need to take an action to draw it though.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'll take an action.
You might have your gun out, I'll say, but
yeah. Sure. Yeah, I'll draw out the shiv and take a swipe at this lady.
All right.
So 17 to attack.
I believe because I'm frightened. Oh yes, that is definitely a hit.
Oh good. So that does 2 normally.
Damage. Yeah.
And then +2. Yeah, so 4.
Yeah, 4 damage. You stab her. She cries out in pain.
That's what you get.
Yeah, that's what she got. The guy standing in the back right next to her is going to have to. Oh, he had his gun out. He's going to have to draw his melee weapon as well. He draws a bat that's covered in nails. And he's going to swing at you, Lucretia. You stab his friend, and he's going to take a swing at you.
I think that's an advanced weapon, a nail bat.
Mm-hmm. It is only a 12, though. I think I'm going to re-roll that. I got 2 re-rolls.
You've got 1 left now.
I got 1 left now. Hey.
Aww.
Oh no.
Right?
Oh no. I think Grill Daddy's going to have to use a reaction to frown gravely at this man and say, "Hey there, why don't you keep your hands to yourself there, buddy?" This is a withering glower. That gives That gives Lucretia 4 damage resistance to this
Okay.
attack.
You only take
Nice.
1 point of damage then, as he swings at you and maybe pulls it back as Grill Daddy gives him a stare over his mustache.
A
I
stern
assume you have a
talking
mustache. A stern waggle of a finger.
a big waggle of a mustache.
I got one more action here though. So I'm gonna swing this one at Grill Daddy. Nah, it's gonna miss. All right, Joystick, we're up to you.
All right. Joystick, seeing the action, he's probably going to take aim at the one that Lucretia affected.
Mm-hmm. She's a little frightened at this point.
Yeah, he is going to overcharge.
All right.
That's engineering. Oof. Okay, that's not going to work.
You might want to reroll that.
Nah.
Okay, fair enough.
Just gonna.
Literally 8 rerolls left for the party, Miles. Feel free.
Okay.
So many
fine.
rerolls.
Yay!
Do it. It's not much better. Okay.
All right. So
If you
he
use
is just-
if you use 8 more and add 1 each time, you'll probably get it. But 8 to a 9. Ooh, sorry.
he's still gonna take aim with his arcade light
gun.
pistol,
Yeah.
and that is a 12.
Ooh, that might not hit.
Oh no!
Even frightened. That is just a miss.
I have a natural 20, but I'm gonna save it.
All right. You got one more action though.
Can I take another shot?
You sure can. You just
Okay.
minus 4, minus 5.
Oh well,
Ooh.
then drats. That's a
Yeah.
14.
Yeah. So there's when you see there's a little number 2 when you next to your attacks.
Oh,
That would
okay.
be the second attack of a round. So you would click that, but
Okay, gotcha.
not with it. Yeah, and that'll add the penalty in there for you. So you take a couple shots of your light gun and it just kind of flashes at people and they kind of glare. Ugh. What are you doing with light? This old fella is going to go ahead and oh boy, what if I could do that? It's so crowded on here. He's gonna
That must be bad, Daddy.
that's bad daddy. I'm gonna say basically he says look out and gives some protection to the frightened person. And then he's going to get back here, and he kind of climbs up to the front next to the driver so that this person can get a little further away. And then he draws himself his own melee weapon, which is a sledgehammer. Hooray. This guy in the back is going to take a shot with his already drawn rifle. Which one are you? That's let's say Miles, who's been shooting. Well, that ain't gonna hit.
Yay!
Does a 16 hit you?
Yes.
Though you're in a lot of other people in the way here. So what is your armor class again? If you remind me.
16.
Okay, that's actually gonna miss because of he's shooting through all his friends and stuff. So there's some soft cover there.
Okay.
And I think he's just gonna.
He's just he's taken by my equipped cool windbreaker.
It's too cool. I can't shoot him. No, I can't. Grill Daddy.
All right, I've got him where I want him. I'm gonna have us a little cookout here, and I draw my
boy.
propane flamethrower.
Oh, I forgot about. Oh no! What have I done? They're so close together.
They're all bunched up. It's
They're all
perfect.
bunched up.
Well,
All right.
Bobby, this is how we take care of business.
He's about to serve up some propane and some propane accessories.
Some
Whoa.
propane accessories.
So you can get everybody but the other daddy.
except the other daddy. We have an
Yeah.
agreement. We have an understanding.
Now, with a weapon like this, you pick a primary target, and then everyone else kind of takes splash damage, regardless
Okay.
of whether you hit or not. So
Okay. So I think what I'll do is I'll denote this person down here closest to me, who tried to hit my good friend Lucretia as my primary target. But yeah, I'm sort of blasting it all for these guys. All right.
Well, that counts as a ranged attack, which means attack of opportunity.
Oh no.
That's a 20
no,
hit you.
that's a hit.
Yeah. All right. You take 7 damage,
Ouch. All right. Oh boy.
but you might burn him a lot. So let's
here's
see what
hoping.
happens with this roll.
Hey, 20 right back at you.
20 right back at me. All right. I'm going to take a 5, and everyone else is going to take 2. Oops. I shrunk the size of the map. Well, you guys are really messing with my... All right. Messing with me here. All right.
Got some hot stuff, baby, this evening.
That is 2 of your actions.
That's 2 of my actions.
Oh wait, did you draw? Wait, you quarried?
I had to
through
draw my flamethrower.
Blammo flamer. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This lady here is going to shift to the other side of the mart here, the tram. Am I saying? I'm speaking in anagrams. So weird.
It's the MARTA. Yeah. This is the Atlanta subway system. Yeah.
I'm gonna Lucretia, I'm gonna attack you with my mind.
You can try.
Mind bullets.
Yes.
Telekinesis,
You
Kyle.
can succeed.
I give you 6 points of mind damage. But then you can see like her nose is bleeding as she does this. And then she's no longer frightened at the end of her turn. But you still have your brutality. So the driver has 1 action. She's going to draw a gun. The captain. What do you got?
All right. Is this spot next to Torque available?
Yes, it's kind of like most of the time it's maybe another cast member would sit there if they were driving visitors around, but you can kind of clamber over into that. I'm going to say that though it's it's difficult terrain to move from where you are to where you want to be there. So 10 feet movement.
That's fine because I've got that, and I would like to use two actions.
2 actions, yeah.
For a spell. We're gonna hit him with
powers.
We're gonna hit him with the concordant choir. So this is gonna deal, if I use 2 actions, 2d4 sonic damage to all creatures in a 10-foot burst.
Ooh. I'm gonna suggest you center that burst. Wait, do you have to pick a? Sorry, I forget how I wrote that. Let me look at them powers. There we are.
It's focusing on a single target or spreading it out to damage many allies. So it seems like it might be a cone coming from.
Some creatures in a 10-foot. No, I think this is you just sort of pick a burst. Yeah, okay. You can just get everybody here and not get any of your allies, because a 10-foot burst is like, a lot. It's like the big circle like that. So you can sort of focus it. So focus this wave of sound behind them and it washes over them coming towards you. All of these people need to make fortitude saves. Good Lord. There's a lot of fortitude saves coming. 1, 2. Oh, those both look like fails to me. Let's see the bodyguard. Where are you? Fortitude save. He might make it. Well, what's your, do you have your DC?
Should be spell DC is 16.
Yeah, okay, that guy made it, but he's only taking half damage. Oh, she didn't make it either. Who am I missing? The driver. Oh, critical fail. She's gonna take double damage. Oh,
boy. Oh no.
No, that's too much fun. I'm not gonna reroll that.
we do have a natural 1, but we also have a natural 2. So if you guys want
get
to
a natural 2 in there,
toot it up.
Toot.
Toot, kaboom. All right, roll that 2d4 for me.
Oh, watch this be awful.
Whoa!
Oh,
That's the
Wowzy
opposite of
wowzers.
awful.
Wowzers. Okay.
That's pretty good.
so,
Hachi machi.
Fun news. The driver is knocked unconscious by this.
Oh no! Yes.
And everyone else is taking pretty much 8 points of damage, except for the big daddy.
And the one is taking.
She took 16 points of damage.
Yeah, I'm
And-
assuming
and-
that buzz is
and
going to start veering into another
Oh,
car
that
or
was the
something
driver
soon.
that Nat won. Oh wow!
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Hoo-wee.
Whoa.
Okay, so we go into the next round. Profitable round for you all. She is slumped over the wheel. And I think what's going to have to happen is that can I do this during driving time? I think I have to regain control. Okay. I have to technically move. Yep, we're gonna have to wait until regular turns. All right. Torque, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? It's up to you, buddy.
Okay.
This thing is probably uncontrolled at this point, which is not great for everyone on board.
Very
And also,
unfortunate that the
the-
captain has moved into the passenger seat.
For your shotgun.
Huh?
For your shotgun.
Oh yeah. You'll see Torque's snout curl up, and he goes, "Move it, Captain!" And he tries to shoot past the captain.
Hey, I like to move it. Move it.
The shotgun is a 20-foot burst weapon, so I think it
Sure
will hit
is.
everyone except for the person in the back on the driver's side.
It's gonna hit a lot of people. I'm gonna probably here. Let me look at my 20-foot burst
Including
cone. Like
Including
two
the
or three
captain.
of your party. At least the captain. At least the captain.
I'm trying not to shoot him.
Gonna sideswipe him again or something. I don't know.
You got
Well,
the shotgun out.
Also, I want to point out to you, Torque, as you're driving here, that there is a big patch of ice directly ahead of you, and you're going to have to deal with it this round or suffer some sort of consequences.
Got it. Okay.
So, but you still want to shoot.
Yes.
Let me look at my 20-foot cone again. There is no 20-foot cone thing. Okay. So if you're just shooting straight forward,
hmm
right? You get this guy, and this guy, and also the captain, because it's gonna go kind of like a pyramid, right?
Yeah.
Oops, that's not it.
I was trying not to shoot him, but stuff happens.
It's gonna kind of go like that. I think that is something like that.
Do I roll an attack against everybody? Is that how it works?
What you do is you pick a primary target. and
Okay.
you roll an attack against them.
I will roll an attack against this fellow
The old fella. Fair
in
enough.
the passenger seat.
And then everyone else is going to take splash damage, basically.
Understood.
So give me that attack roll.
Will do. Ooh.
Yeah, you want to?
I think I still have 2 rerolls left.
Well, I think the party has 7 or 8. So
Right. I'll utilize one of those, I think.
You also have a free natural 20.
That's true. I
No,
do.
You don't want to use a free natural 20.
I don't want to
right
use the
now,
free natural 20 when the captain is going to
because the
take some
captain
of
will
this
be
damage.
dead.
That,
no,
so
you're
you
gonna take.
that's
Blows the
fine.
captain's head
That
off.
hey, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
I'll tell you. I'm gonna double check what I said about this. I forget how.
Can I roll an acrobatics to get out of the way of him shooting?
Heck no. That is a hit of the 16 though. So
Okay. So that'll be 10 damage from
10
the
damage to this guy,
Yeah.
and then everyone else is taking 2 damage. Hey, good news! You take out the lady who was using psychic powers,
There you go.
and Drew, you take 2 points of damage.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
I like to think it's not from actually being shot by the shotgun, but from being hit in the face when Torque swings the shotgun over.
Just Torque just shoots it over like.
Yeah, you got 2 more actions.
So in terms of, let's see. I'm going to try to nudge it.
Oh, okay. This is going to be probably easier. This is out of control. That's 1 action. One of the things I want to also point out, just so you know, that
Mhm.
multiple like attack like actions like nudge and sideswipe do take penalties like multiple attack penalties. So, but
Okay.
you can definitely nudge it.
I'm going to utilize the critical, the natural 20 for this.
All right. That is obviously then a critical success. You get to push the vehicle up to 10 feet away from you in a perpendicular direction, and you can move your vehicle in the same distance. So
Yeah,
10
so
feet,
we're just scooting over to
Whoop,
try and
whoop.
avoid the ice patch.
push, push, push. Yeah, love it. You have one more action.
Do I need to reload this shotgun?
It has 2 shells in it.
Oh, it's one of
And then you need
those.
to reload. Yeah, it's double barrel-y.
Yeah. Nah, I don't want to do that again. I don't want to. I don't want to beat up the captain too bad. Let's see, what else can I do with this driving stuff?
You can start pulling away if you want. Or
Can I just sideswipe again?
if you sideswipe, you'll take a -5 to the
Yes, I figured as much.
Yeah.
Okay.
roll. So, but it's your driving if you want to do it. These guys are also not out of control at the moment. which
I
think
will
definitely
give it a shot
gives
just to
us
try
time.
and see if I can cause maximum damage to them. So that is going to be an 18 against their AC.
Ooh, that is definitely going to make it.
Nice.
Uncontrolled vehicles. Looking to make sure there's any penalty to the armor class. Not so much. Do you want to do full 10? No, it's not a success. You do 5 feet. Bloop. Do you want to follow them along?
Oh no, I'm doing a side swipe. I'm not.
Oh, sideswipe. Right. No, you want.
Yeah, so we're both
damage.
taking half collision damage
Right.
because I did not get a critical this time.
Yeah.
So I guess we both take 4 damage, both vehicles.
Sounds good. Which means no damage since both vehicles have a hardness of 5.
Oh, okay. Well,
So that's just more of a scrape than anything.
yeah, we're trading paint, you know.
Trade paint. It's fun. All right, Lucretia.
All right. Am I within melee distance of this other guy?
That guy for sure. He's
All right.
looking
I'm
wounded.
gonna
and-
keep
my
my shiv
withering-
out.
My withering glower gets so good if he attacks you right now.
Well, first, she's going to try to stare him down herself and
You still
make
have
him.
brutality, but if you want to, frightening him is also a fine strategy. You just don't.
Yeah,
need to
but I
do
also
it.
get a +1 to intimidate, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
And when you
because of
intimidate someone, they get
brutality.
easier to hit. So
Yep. All right. So
I'd say it's a good
+1 to
strategy.
this. So 24
boo.
to demoralize.
Ooh, is that even will save? Did you say 24?
Yeah, 24.
Critical demoralization. He
Yes.
is
Awesome.
Frightened up to. Whoa.
All right. Lucretia's looking pretty scary to this guy. She's gonna
You're
take out
spooky,
her
lady.
shiv and stab. Nope.
Oh.
I'm gonna what do I have left? Do I have a natural 20 left to use?
There are 3 natural 20s left for the party, for everyone,
wow.
Oh.
and only 7 rerolls. Sorry, guys.
You'll never make it.
Let me
What are we gonna do without all those natural 20s? I don't
There's
know.
there's at least 8 more hours of this. So
Oh, that's also another toot toot right there.
Oh, is
Oh, toot toot
Yeah.
kaboom!
it? All right, I definitely want to re-roll that. Should I take a natural 20? I mean, I don't want to take the party's 20s.
Use it. Use it. Use it.
sure, use it.
I'll use it. I'll use it. I'll use it.
all right.
2
Um,
left.
And I get trick attack with this too, right?
Yes. Yeah. Anytime
Has
you have
this guy
brutality, you
taken
get the damage.
damage?
He has taken some damage. He is wounded. Yeah. So if we use that damage, which isn't great, but it does get all doubled. So you're doing 8 points of damage. Takes him out.
Oh, awesome.
He got mind blasted. He got shot. He got a little shotgun. No, he didn't get shotgun, but he did.
And flame
He
broiled.
got flame broiled. Yeah. He tumbles off the back of the people hauler into the snow.
I
Lucretia,
call
that
back-
was inspiring. I feel instantly focused. And
I
get 2
look
SP
back at him. I look back at him and I say, "Hey, catch up."
You still have one action left, Rebecca.
For some
One
reason, I
action
feel like
left. I am
like
going to-
Joystick knows a lot about frame broiled things. I don't know why.
So with my final action, I'm going to use Your Next, which is only when I down a foe. I look menacingly at another foe. So that one guy that is in the back right now, I'm going to look at him and let him know that he's next. So that's an intimidation check with a +2 circumstance bonus to demoralize him.
Good Lord, Lucretia is scary.
She
She
real
is.
spooky.
She's very scary. Oh, that's 17.
That is it. That is a success.
Oh, awesome.
You have to beat it, I think, a 14 or 15. But you got him. Yeah, it's 14.
Great.
So even without the +2, you got him. Oh,
So he's
looking-
frightened right now.
He's frightened one, indeed. And the guy who fell off the thing and is dead is not his turn. Joystick.
All right, so we have 2 people left alive. Joystick is going to try to shoot the one that Lucretia just affected.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to try to overcharge his weapon, which is engineering. It's 11.
No, it's a little low. It's colder out here, and then it has been than you're used to. So the battery is not fully charged like you'd like it.
Re-roll it, Miles.
Or re-roll
He's
it.
going to shoot his light pistol.
I may be saving that light. Oh boy.
So that's
okay.
a 24 to attack with
Yikes.
8 damage.
That's a good damage. Oh, is this gonna? Let me look at this guy's armor class. Okay, it's not that low, even with the frightened. It's close though. That is close to critical. But also he only had 8 hit points left anyway. Ugh.
Yeah!
Boom. He
Nice.
falls on the roof of this car as you. Also, your light gun just flashes him in the face, and he falls backwards. You got one more action.
You know what? I'll take a shot at the last guy standing.
Take a pot shot at that guy.
Oh no.
Ooh,
Oh,
big miss.
no.
Big miss.
Re-roll it, Miles.
No.
All right. This guy pushes the other driver aside, and you kind of like right into the path of your people mover, and you kind of run her over.
Oh, no.
Body over.
That is a bad daddy.
He is a bad daddy, and then he is going to move there and take control of the vehicle so it is no longer uncontrolled. But that's going to be all he does. Grill Daddy.
Oh boy, I'm jumping over onto his car.
All right. Give me an acrobatics check.
Oh boy.
Oh, sorry, or an athletics check.
Okay, athletics. Okay, thank goodness.
Yeah.
21.
Easy peasy. You guys are going like 10 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It's,
Right. They are golf carts.
This is a high speed chase.
I was gonna
No,
say
it's
when we
pretty
ran
fast.
over her, it would go bump,
Boom.
bump,
bump.
bump.
It's going so slow, it probably wouldn't run her over. We would just be pushing her body.
We're just sort
ever
of-
Yeah,
forward.
you guys are-
It's like the
You guys are
steamroller
going-
scene in Austin Powers.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're on there now.
So I'm over here and I say, your bad daddy days are up. Your bad daddy days are up. No, that's not it either.
Getting there.
Coach Z, 1 2 1 2.
Coach Z, 1 2 1 2. Your bad daddy days are up. And I am gonna stick him with my old barbecue fork. 21
Okay, so-
to hit.
Oh, terrific. Yeah, you get him.
5 points of damage.
5 points of damage. He's
Actually,
still
you know what?
standing.
Wait a minute. I'm just gonna crit this guy. I don't know what I'm waiting on. I haven't used a crit yet. I crit him.
Roll an extra D8.
Oh boy.
This is actually going to matter
Oh,
does,
so
okay.
15 points of damage.
because 10 points of damage wouldn't have taken him out, but 15 points of damage definitely does.
Yay!
Awesome.
I'm the king of the car now. I drive everywhere.
And
All
the
right.
captain gets 2 more SP back. Thank you, brother.
That system might be slightly broken in this. Everyone buys criticals.
when
fashion,
just
but-
like decide when they crit. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Crew will never die.
You're able to get control of the vehicle before it smashes into anything and sort of continue. I assume you want to take it along to the other side of the parking lot with you, or you can just park it and get on out and get it back in the other people hauler.
yeah. I park it and then I just walk up to the other car as it's moving and just jump in.
Just jump in. Now you guys are going like 30,
Grill
40
Daddy
miles.
takes time to teach everybody in the car how to parallel park.
Right. And then I do just a slight jog to catch up to the other car.
No, you guys were going like 30 miles an hour. 30,
Okay,
it was dangerous vehicle stuff.
Yeah.
They're souped up. They're souped up golf carts.
Mhm.
So I have just a sort of a logistics question. Are we good with going a little past 9? Or do we need to stop? We have hard out at 9. Okay.
Good for me.
Great. So you guys get into Nougat Center, the novel urban vision of tomorrow, and indeed it is a really sleek, shiny, quasi-futuristic place. Well, at least what the 90s thought the future would be like. So it is lots of chrome and plastic, white plastic and stuff like that, with lots of splashes of colors, because that's kind of the 90s was kind of when the iMac was about to come out, right? So there's lots of kind of like jelly like colors everywhere, right? Though as you are pulling up before you even get out into the park, you can definitely see that there are at least several shambling hordes of these Snow Whites, which again are basically like the ice zombies of Game of Thrones, kind of like, right? Their skin is basically sort of light blue or white. Their hair is all bleached of color. Their eyes are glowing, kind of blue, and they're kind of like ice crusted on their face and in their hair. They're not for this. Even though they look like they might be slow, they're not. They're sort of normal kind of speed. They're tearing at the walls of the park, trying to get in. It does look like some of them have actually gotten in. So I think this would be a time. You might not. You're not 100% sure if you have time to take a 10-minute rest to get stamina back. So I'm going to say you don't. It does look like if you want to get in there, you'd have to sort of like take the people hauler and kind of smash through the gate of the park entrance, and at least the sort of the employees entrance, and sort of drive it sort of recklessly through the park, this part of the park, towards the progress sphere, progress planet. And indeed, again, it's sort of this giant silver thing, geodesic-y, all sorts of knobbles on it and whatnot. And there is I'm gonna bring you there with the car even. Whoop. I'll have you be. Oh wait, that's not gonna work. But you guys can sort of like are pulling up down here next to this toppled porta potty. But a lot of the place looks quite still nice, fairly nice. There's some trash here and there. There's some snow covering it. Like this hot dog stand kind of looks much the worse for wear. But a lot of the other places, the bits look good. These green bits are clearly plastic plants, but they are sort of perfectly shaped spheres. And the basically the front door of the base of Progress Planet is right here, and there are a number of these ice zombies sort of shuffling towards it. Well, actually, probably put a couple like on the door itself, trying to bang their way in. For whatever reason, they're trying to get inside. What do y'all think? They haven't fully noticed you yet. But
we're trying to get inside as well, aren't we?
Yes, you are.
And this is the only entrance.
This is the you're not sure where the crew entrance is. This is almost the visitor's entrance. I should note to you that you do know where to go once you are inside. There is a through, and we'll say, just for sake of argument here, that Director Marston Moose told you that you have to go through this front entrance here, but there is you'll see a kiosk beyond that, and there's a door that you'll push open, go down a flight of stairs, and that's where you'll need to use the key and the key card to get into essentially the generator room.
Well, if we don't want to fight these zombies, I do have a little bit of a hijink that just might work.
Ooh, I love hijink.
When I look in my inventory, I see that I have some fishing gear, and I know that I also have some smoked alligator meat. And I'm thinking we take these guys on a little merry chase, and we lure them away with this delicious alligator meat.
It's worth a try.
What do you think, gang? Do you think zombies like alligator meat? I don't know.
Do they? Do we know if? I mean,
That's a good point. Do you want to roll me a weird?
Yeah.
If you got it, if you're trained in it, let's see if you know anything.
Oh, nuts.
They love alligator meat. Oh, the captain. Maybe the captain knows.
The captain. You know that they, you've mainly heard stories, and maybe you've seen a couple out in the wild if you've ever left the park. But they do like to. They do seem to have a hunger for flesh of some kind. They always attack, kind of without provocation and very viciously. They have been known to bite people, for sure. That. The rumors are that is also what transmits the borealitis, but that's not 100% clear if that's true or not. Whether or not most people who get bitten a few more times and just end up straight up dead. So you're not sure about that, but they might like meat. Whether or not you've got enough meat to entice all 6 of these zombies away, I don't know.
I'd keep your distance, Chef, but after that, do what you will.
They also definitely do seem to be strangely fixated on getting inside this ride.
It's a fun ride.
It's a very good ride.
Wait, so they're not guarding the entrance?
TNT,
Correct.
right?
They're trying to get in.
Yeah,
they're trying to get in. Okay.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna try to sneak over this way. I'm gonna try to pull them up north with my fishy alligator meat trick.
Oh, okay.
That's what I call it.
Fishy alligator meat trick. I mean,
Is that a class feature or?
It's a custom feat that I'm working on.
You can give me a survival check, or
I didn't know we were doing homebrew.
Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, let's do some survival. Yeah.
All right. Let's say it's sort of this is a naturey kind of survival kind of thing.
22.
That's pretty good. So let me get your plan straight. You chuck in sort of a fishing line over here with some meat on it, and then kind of start reeling it in a little slowly, and then get their attention, and then what? Once they are, do you think they're just gonna? You want them to just be like eating the meat and not paying attention to anything else? Or are you running with it to take them someplace else?
I mean, so it'd be great if I could attach this line to the golf cart and then like throw a brick down on the accelerator and have them like run off and chasing the meat down the road. But if that's a little too complicated,
no, it's not. This weird thing right here does look like, well, let's just say maybe if Joystick came in here and took one of his batteries and engineered it in there, you would basically get this moving, and you could do the same with that and keep your people mover.
Come over this way. My boy, come over this way.
What's up, old man?
Hey, look, we got this. I got this meat here on this tackle, and you ever seen the movie Goof Troop? It's
Wait,
it's all about a father and son. And anyway, I need you to get this car working.
Goof Troop is the TV show.
Oh, it's the Goofy movie is the one.
It was called a Dippy movie.
The Doofy movie. Yeah, that's the one.
The Doofy movie. Perfect.
They went on a dip trip.
Dip trip. Yeah. If you can get this running, maybe we can lure some of these zombies away.
Okay, so it's engineering.
Yes, and you have to sacrifice one of your spare batteries.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Oh no.
Oh no, what about a reroll?
Yeah, we're gonna re-roll that. Oh man.
It's going to be they're not going to get far. This thing might die. You know, it might just
Okay, we're gonna have to
die
work
out.
fast, my boys.
Yeah. You think you
Gonna have
yeah.
to work fast, kids.
But these definitely you get two of them
Okay.
attracted, and they're over here gnawing on some alligator meat that is further down the way than just in case I need these tokens to come back. They do. Yeah.
Okay.
Shenanigan accomplished.
Thank you.
So can we see that the other ones are still at so this one entrance at the north is pretty much free, right? Or I guess there's one in the south as well.
Yeah, just kind of ignore those.
Oh, okay. So it's just this one
It's
in
just
front.
this one sort of. This is the line.
So
sort of situation. Yeah.
As fun as the hijink was, it doesn't really do us a whole lot of good.
Got rid of two of them.
Yeah, I got rid of two
for
of them.
A short period of time.
Could we sneak through what looks like to be like the restaurant here?
Yeah.
And
Sure. Yeah, this is
kind of surprise these two, because if they're trying to get in, their backs are facing us, so we would be able to get like a surprise round, correct?
Essentially, the way this would work is that you would get to use your stealth as your initiative check, and that's then we
okay.
determine. Granted, something that doesn't work as surprise round, but because because they might roll better on their initiative, but that's the risk you take. But you do but let's say if you'd like. I'm going to say there's enough. Whoever wants to get this close up in here can do that, and will be able to use stealth as their initiative. Anyone else can just sort of be wherever they want. Yeah.
Question about the height of these bars. Is that something that we can see over and shoot over potentially?
Yes. Yeah. It is like a table basically here. So
okay.
But with backing, so you can kind of maybe army crawl your way a little bit closer.
Yeah. So Joystick's definitely gonna want to try to get over there, and I guess roll stealth.
But don't do it yet. No.
Oh, don't do it yet.
Take that as your initiative. Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can reroll. We'll see. We'll decide. Anyone else want to join Joystick up there? And what is the other folks' plan of attack?
Nothing about the captain is stealthy. So
Lucretia is stealthy, and she will come slightly behind Joystick and just kind of stay. I want to make sure I have line of sight.
Once the fighting starts, I will assume you've popped up, so you will have line of sight.
Okay.
When it
okay. Yeah, I'll come right up behind Joystick.
Yeah, similar to the captain, Grill Daddy there's nothing stealthy about Grill Daddy. He's just got pots and pans like clanging all over him.
Your armor is technically noisy. You guys can get up behind the hot dog if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll get behind the hot dog, but I'll have both my flame broiler and my meat skewer ready to go.
Right. This is also the time if anyone wants to prepare by chugging a soda. I'm gonna tell you right now. Ooh,
yeah,
that's a great point. Maybe a soda.
Oh, and I do have my pistol drawn. Just want to make sure that's clear.
No. Yeah. So does Joystick.
Yeah. At this point,
yeah. I guess Joystick's gonna to chug one of his Jounce colas, which contains 3 times the caffeine as the usual soda. For 1 hour after drinking a Jounce soda, you gain +1 item bonus to initiative checks. Mm-hmm. Which sounds awesome.
It's pretty good.
Can we take this opportunity to make sure we have weapons pulled out too?
Yes, I assume you all have weapons out at this point.
Yeah. I'm drinking a Jounce cola as well.
Jounce it up.
I think we all are then.
I don't have a Jounce cola.
I didn't have enough. You didn't have enough scrap money to get you a Jounce cola, unfortunately, Lucretia.
I have painkillers.
She drinks coffee.
Oh, but you do have painkillers. Yeah.
I do have painkillers.
Yeah, I think I put the information on there, right?
That was a good one, Miles. That was a good
Thank you.
You could take those painkillers and basically get yourself 5 more stamina back because you're low on stamina. Up to you.
That's true. Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah,
I thought that it was just temporary hit points.
It is, but in this sense, that's sort of the same thing. Temporary hit points and stamina are very much the same thing.
Oh,
those temporary hit points will come off first, but
Great.
just for
Yeah, I'll
ease
do
of
that.
use. Yeah. All right. Are we going?
We're going.
Do it.
Okay. Oh, these are not what they're called. I messed that up.
Glad I'm hiding behind the hot dog with Grill Daddy because that seems to be his natural element.
So that'd be a 15 for Torque's initiative there.
Okay.
And a 20 for the captain.
Did you add your +1? Did you add your +1 for Johnson?
Yes. Well, it should be 20 because I didn't know how to add it back in.
Do a stealth.
So yeah, and that.
So it's 18.
All right. We will.
I think once everybody's gotten into position, sneaking up and whatnot, Torque will just walk in with his shotgun slung over one shoulder and his tire iron in his other hand. He'll go, "Hey, punks, park's closed."
Fair enough. Well, you can. Yeah, that you're in a good spot for that. I'm gonna have to roll a bunch of initiatives here. Boop. Okay. Slow bees. All right, Lucretia, you're first.
All right. She's going to pop up and glare intimidatingly at this guy.
Right.
That's a 14.
Ooh, let me check. Where's all my stuff? Right. These guys probably don't have. Yeah, that's a success.
Oh, good.
They you all know that they have enough minds, right? They once were people, and they're almost This one here.
Yep. Yeah, that one. So, and she's going to shoot with her pistol. Oh no, that's a 5. Oh, that's terrible.
It's not gonna hit. Do you want to?
Is that right? How is that even possible?
What?
Did I just roll really low on ranged attacks? I mean, not roll. Do I get very little bonus?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me look at your character sheet real quick.
I don't know, but I do know that you can re-roll that if you wanted.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that my macro is right. I just don't know what it is.
Oh, shoot. It has you listed as being untrained.
Oh.
So now you're trained, and now you should have a +6 instead of a +2.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And we
so
have just
+4 to that. That would still be a failure.
Yeah.
We've just passed $4,000, gang.
Yeah, woo!
And I believe a lot of that last donation is going to Seth because on Deadman Roll No Crits, which is now available in a non-Patreon feed, Patrick is so mean to Honto.
It goes to Seth and Miles, according to the donation.
Okay.
Auto 20 for Seth and Miles, extra points for the table.
Okay.
Hooray.
Well, I am going to re-roll. We have re-rolls, right?
Sure do.
I'm going to re-roll this.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's not
God,
much better.
This is terrible. This is terrible. All right. Well, I think that's all I've
There's
got.
that natural toot, everybody.
Toot, kaboom.
It is at least frightened, so.
It is frightened.
Thank you very much, Wraith, by the way.
Yes, absolutely.
Friend of the show, friend of the stream in particular, Wraith.
All right. Rebecca, you have one more action because you intimidated and then shot once. So you can.
Oh, right, because that was a reroll.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try again. Oh, that's better. That's a 19.
That's a hit. So you're doing
All right, awesome. That does
6
15.
damage.
No,
Well, that's only if you did the finish.
just 6. Yeah, just
so it
6.
only does 6. Okay, great. You shoot him in some right in the chest. Grill Daddy.
All right. Yeah, Grill Daddy is going to take a couple actions to get up here, right up in this guy's face.
Okay.
And I'm charging forward and I'm sticking him with my BBQ fork. Oh no, that's a 7. I don't like that one bit. Let's see. I have 1 reroll left. And I'm going to use it.
Do it.
Oh. Hey, 22.
That's a
That's the
hit.
one.
You jam your barbecue fork into the meaty parts of this zombie thing's kind of thigh, and it sounds like when you jam your barbecue fork into some frozen meat, right? It's like
chunk. Oh no. Oh, they're so chilly.
Yeah.
Chili flakes.
It took you 2 moves to get up there, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. The captain.
The captain is going to move around the hot dog.
Okay.
A sound move.
And he's going to take 2 shots at the white that the grill daddy is menacing. So I'm sorry. Just once again, do I use the number 2 because it's the
the first shot you use the regular one, and then the second shot you use number 2. So the penalty doesn't take effect until the second shot.
That's
a difference from Starfinder in which you take the -4 if you decide to attack twice, right? So this is just boom and then a -5.
All right, shot the first.
Oh no! Jam. Unless you want to re-roll that or natural 20 that or whatever.
Re-roll.
Re-rolling. Oh, that's not
no.
much better. All right, we'll still take the second shot.
Take the second shot. Sometimes it's better. Ooh.
13.
That's a hit.
Hey, for 6 points of damage.
Hard to hit. Okay. You put a bullet right in this one's shoulder. Joystick. He's still standing though. You guys aren't murdering them in one shot like before.
Yeah.
We need some crits.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go for the one that was affected by Lucretia. I'm going to overcharge. Nope. And take a shot with the light gun. It's a 15 to hit.
That is a hit.
10 points of damage.
10 damage. Nice.
Is it still up?
It is, but barely. It didn't seem to care for your laser pistol, that's for sure.
All right.
Kind of melted some of the ice on it. It was like...
It's the sound I like to hear. I'm going to take a third, I think that's the second shot. It's a 19.
Ooh, yes.
That's 11 to hit.
It is a lot.
Or 11 for damage.
11 damage, yeah. You basically put the final laser blast in this thing's skull. And it crumples down, steaming as it sort of melts from within. And that was the one who rolled good on initiative. So too bad. Torque, it's your turn.
All right. Let's see here.
We haven't seen all of what Torque can do.
Have we seen any of what Torque can do?
He did some good driving.
That's right.
Come on.
And there's some shotgunning, but also
A little bit of shotgunning.
And he got stabbed a lot at the beginning.
That's true. There are a
Fall into
lot of
my
holes.
Many holes in this man.
Hold on a moment. So is raging, does that take an action to do?
It does. It takes an action to turn on the rage.
Okay. So he's gonna march his way over to this unoccupied white, and he's kind of rolling his shoulders and working himself up, just kind of snarling, and we'll go ahead and use those 2 actions to move and start up a rage.
Yeah.
And I will swing at him with my tire iron.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Yes. Yes.
That doesn't take the extra damage into account, does it? that's this here, right? Because rage gives you some extra damage.
It
How much
does 4 extra damage.
Okay, so that's 11 times 2 is 22. So good night, zombie.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Wow. You just
Just
walk up to him and
Nice.
Cave his face in.
just
Just
whack, and
chonk.
and it just crumples down. Ugh, disgusting. Finally, these guys get to go. This one comes marching forward, snarling at this sound of things that shot at it. What's my speed? I gotta figure that. Okay. They're not too shabby. Then he moves again, and I'm gonna try to grab at joystick here. I got one reroll. It's got to be better. Yay!
Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh no.
All right, joystick.
Oh,
You take
no.
14 bludgeoning damage as this thing sort of shovels up to you and punches you in the face with like a fist that feels like he's hitting you with a frozen side of beef,
Okay.
like a one of those sacks of ice you get from the 7-Eleven.
Ouch.
But that's all I can do. And that one's dead. But this one is also going to do similar. Okay. Fisticuffs. Not going to hit Grill Daddy with that. Second attack, 17 Grill Daddy. I don't remember what your arm class is.
It is 18.
Oh, he's just
Oh, no.
banging it up against your shield. Your barbecue lid shield.
Thank you, barbecue lid.
Oh,
Oh,
snarling and clawing at you and missing every single time. That is all of my monsters. Lucretia.
All right. This zombie is right next to her, so she's going
Sure.
to take her pistol point blank, and I'm gonna try to finish it.
All right. Just kind of put your pistol right against his chest. Blam. That is a hit.
Awesome. So that does 9 damage.
Well, it does 18 damage because that is a critical hit. These guys are
Oh,
easy to hit, and that is a 24. You actually get another d12 thrown in there as well. So
Oh, sweet.
18 plus a d12. This could be it.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
One number you could roll. He takes
Reroll my
19.
d12.
No.
No, he's got 1 hit point left. You could try again.
Oh, I could try.
Oh wait, actually,
again.
sorry. When you finish, well, finisher is the last attack you can make in a round.
Oh,
So when
okay.
you finish, because you're finished.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well,
I should have mentioned that. But I really thought you'd murder it.
very close. All right.
Yeah. Do you want to?
Can I do anything else?
You can move. You can intimidate him again. Make him easier.
Okay.
even
So I
easier to
still get
hit.
my actions. I just can't attack. All right.
That's right.
Um.
And if you intimidate him, you get your brutality back. So
Yeah. Let me do that. I will try to
in
demoralize.
case you need it.
16.
Intimidated. Yes. Easy to
All right.
do. Against.
I think
these.
that's all I can do.
Yeah. I mean, you want to move? Do you want to stay where
I
you
like to imagine that she shot the zombie and then goes, "I'll shoot you."
That's what you get.
All right.
Ow! Oh,
Next time. I'm just like making it hurt for a long time or
Yeah.
something.
All right, Grill Daddy.
All right, Grill Daddy is going to call out to his friend, kid, video boy, joystick. Let's see. Oh, joystick. The weak part is against the thumb. There, you gotta pull it down. It's a liberating call I'm doing here.
Ooh.
Give you an instant attempt to break free of your grabbed condition.
Yes.
So I think it's an unarmed strike to try to just back out.
Or you can acrobatics.
Or acrobatics. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Oh.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh, you're double grabbed. Oh,
Do
beans.
you want to re-roll it?
Yeah. I don't want to be
You
grabbed.
don't want to be.
There we
Yeah.
go.
That looks
You
better.
squirm free. You squirm free.
Sweet. And seeing this pick just sort of icily sticking out of this thing's I'm just gonna say, "Whoa, time to turn up the heat there," and I'm going to light it ablaze with my big old, pardon me, my big flamethrower.
Roll it.
Oh no, a 10. Oh no.
Not gonna do it.
Do we have any more rerolls as a party? I think we do.
You have one just for yourself, Jabert.
Oh, I'm using one just for myself. Yay,
Hey!
22.
Hey,
There we go.
that is also a critical. That is just
Yes!
a critical. So you just sort of put the flame, the butt end of the flame, the business end of the flamethrower, and just,
Yeah.
and this corpse is on fire now as it crumples to the ground. Because the flamethrower would normally just sort of set someone on fire in a critical if they weren't already dead.
Yeah. You're defrosted, buddy.
You did it. You have another action, surprisingly.
I'm gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'll come around on this guy and I'll say, hey, leave my buddy alone there, friend.
Flanked. All right. Captain. The captain. Oh, my captain.
Can I see this this white between my buddies?
Yeah,
over here?
yeah. This is like a table, basically, right? So
Oh, okay.
you can just from the waist up for sure. You can see this one.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take one of potentially multiple shots at this thing.
All right.
Drew, we've got another $30 full crit donation for Captain Sparkle. I'm guessing that means you. So if you want to take that this turn.
Well,
I think I
doesn't
know who
need it.
that's from, and thank you.
Mhm.
He doesn't need it.
And
but
one
I
for
don't think I need it.
one for Jabert as well,
Oh.
because he's adorable.
Oh, thanks.
Do you want to roll me another d12? Because that is a critical hit.
Oh,
The gun. Guns is dangerous. That's my. Oh, word.
hey!
Nice.
That d12 did more damage than the actual bullet because that is six points of damage and then another 12. Yeah, this thing is blown away.
Yeah. Joystick definitely wants to take 10 minutes.
You probably want to rush inside first before the other two Snow Whites come back from their fishing trip.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
a great
yeah.
point.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You guys rush inside, and find the sort of secret stairway behind the sort of booth-looking area, and head on down. And then you can take 10 minutes, get your stamina back, and you find
Yeah.
yourself face to face. This stairway, sort of concrete underground. Actually, sorry, it leads up into the platform, into the big silver sphere. And you find yourself at a door with that's locked and has a keypad next to it, and a big old lock on it.
Put in the code.
Put in the code. You use the key to get in. You push and as you open the door, it's a very sturdy vault-like door, and it is cold to the touch. As you crank it, as you push it open, the temperature drops almost precipitously. You suddenly get chills up and down your spine, and you find yourself, judging from how many stairs you went up and where you are, you're kind of at the heart of Planet Progress, and then you're in a sort of a big, vast space. And there are there's a hum of electricity in the air, but it all is just some generators on the wall and whatnot. But it's also all connected to a central platform, and on that platform, with the light shining down on it and glowing from within, there is a jar, a fairly large jar. It appears to be filled with some sort of fluid and a frozen, severed head. That is attached with a couple of like electrodes to its forehead and whatnot. This frozen severed head looks familiar.
It's Wart Whimsy.
It's Winchell Winters.
Winchell Winters.
And you can tell by the pencil thin mustache and the slick back hair. And you know you've all seen his image around the park here and there. It's well known to cast members what Winchell Winters looks like.
What the heck is going on here?
there's a kind of a click as a sort of a loud, a internal PA system kind of comes on, and you hear sort of an ethereal voice, and says, "What? Who are you? You're not supposed to be here."
I don't know who you're expecting there, but me and my friends here, we was told we should come and find what was up in this here ball up here.
Oh, I don't recognize you. You're not one of the faithful. How did you get in here?
With style.
That's as may be. You're not allowed. Hold one moment. Are you cast members?
You know we're
Are you
cast
from
members.
Whimsy World? I've never seen you before in my life.
Well, things have gotten a little bit different here, man. We gotta.
Look at
Can
the
I
sorry
cast? Can I use a negotiation skill?
I mean, yeah, you want to loosen. He seems a little PO'd at you, whoever is talking. You get there's lots of sort of screens and whatnot near this frozen severed head sort of behind it, and it's clear like you see sound waves. Captain, you would recognize this probably, right? You get the sound waves in time with the voice. This is the severed head sort of talking to you almost semi-psychically.
Ooh.
It's coming through loudspeakers, but he's clearly making the vibe. His mouth isn't moving, but yeah.
Now let's all calm down. We may not be exactly who you're expecting, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're not who you need. You see, there's a power problem going on in the park, and we were tasked on a journey to fix it.
Nonsense. Power problem? No. My mental energies are sustaining your park, and have been for years, decades. Where's Director Gary? Is he with you?
Gary Goose?
Is Gary the Goose?
Director Gary. Well, I know his name is probably not really, he's not Gary the Goose. But yes, essentially.
It's an honorific title.
Yes, it's more of an honorific, yes.
Not Gary the Goose.
Sir, I'm sorry to tell you, the goose is loose.
What does that mean? You look at the state of your clothes and your... This is unacceptable. I can't have you walking around one of my parks looking that way. Unacceptable.
What are you going to do about it, head case?
Well, I could shut down power to your park until you and all of your friends perish in the cold. Is that what you'd like? I could...
Isn't that what's already happening?
No, I'm keeping it alive. It's just that these things outside, I don't know. I think, look, I'm a very powerful intellect. I'm Winchell Winters. I made dreams come true for millions of children and adults alike. I think these things outside my planet progress are just, they're drawn to me, as most people are.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, we've killed a few of them and we sent a couple more of them away.
There's hundreds out there. I told Director Gary to take care of this, but I suppose he's not to be that fool to be expected to figure this out. I suppose I'll have to figure it out myself. And there's some formulas sort of forming on some of these screens, bleeping by, trajectories and whatnot. Yes, of course. That's after a few minutes. If you all want to do anything, please let me know. But he's just sort of like, yes, that could work. Well, no, that would be very dangerous. What if we did this? No, what if we... and then he says, yes, of course. Cast members, yes. You with the shiny coat. What do you do again in the park?
Well, I lay down the smooth tunes to make everybody sure they're having a good time.
Very good. I see. I don't approve of that hat, but all right. Well, you seem to be the most reasonable of this lot. You'll do me a favor. Yes, you'll to save Whimsy World, to save everything.
I mean, this is our home. We got to do what we got to do, or else
All right.
we're going to be out there with the rest of those spooky cold daddy-os. You know what I mean?
I'm going to have to do something I didn't think I would have to do. I'm going to have to destroy Planet Progress. You'll of course collect me, take me up. There's a handle for the jar you can attach to the top. I guess you'll have to bring me to Whimsy World, and we'll have to make do there. But that should slow them down. If I enact the failsafes, destroy the sphere, that'll at least take out the ones near the park. If there's still any more out there, they'll still be drawn to me. Well, that's just going to have to be what happens.
I have a cooler in my inventory.
That's
take
right,
his
you
head
do.
and stick it in my cooler.
No, don't take it out of the. Just put the whole jar in.
Oh, the whole jar. Put the jar in the
Yes.
cooler. Okay, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
pack some. There's some dry ice in the cabinet.
There's
pack
a
that
little
around.
scoop of dry ice, and I'll put
Now,
that in there
before
on
you're
top.
going to, don't disconnect me yet until I've told you everything to do.
Oh, right. Oh, right.
But he's still connected, but you can kind of pick up the.
I
jar.
I
Move it
stopped
closer
putting
to
it
him.
into the cooler. I pull it back.
No, it's
out.
fine. It's fine. You're doing fine. Are you a chef? One of our.
Yeah,
one of our restaurant chefs?
I work concessions. You'd say, I guess.
Excellent. Okay. Well, then that's fine. Yes, you'll have disconnect me. I'll start the countdown first, of course, and then you'll disconnect me. You'll have not very long to get me to another. You'll have to take me to underneath the icicle palace, of course. There should be backup generators there if you lot haven't ruined them.
No slim chance of that.
Everyone who has trained in weird, give me weird. Oh no. But you're gonna have to. This is not your forte for sure. Maybe Joystick's engineering will help a bit, but also you're both. Most of you, Joystick and the captain, you're not entirely certain this is gonna solve the problem long term. Winchell Winters' head is kind of a beacon to these things. From what what he said and what you're sort of sussing out from the psychic energy in the room, they're going to keep coming, and they're going to keep coming.
Yeah, and do we really want to draw them to where we live? I mean, at least here they're in the other park.
Seems a little bit better for him to be here.
And the issue is that he's running the power operation.
He's at least controlling it. He said he was running it. He might be. You could probably, there are generators here, right?
Yeah.
If you someone could maybe set something up for them to run normally.
Because they couldn't get in here before.
They probably couldn't. Yeah, but
it seems
over time they might have breached the door. Right? They're pretty much unthinking. Zombie, and there's a lot of them, right? You look at any kind of zombie movie, they eventually get in everywhere. Not most of the time, but yeah. What are you all hesitating for? What's the problem? You all have looks on your faces.
Well, sir, if we can be frank with you, we're worried that if we disconnect you here, one, there's a lot of them out there. We're not sure we could get you where we need to go, and two, we don't know that that's not going to be a worse situation for all of your guests that you have in your parks.
There's still guests in the park? I thought it was just cast members now. Never mind.
At the end of the day, guests and cast members have kind of become the same thing. We all grew up here. We all live here, born, and a lot of us die here. We gotta make sure we're protected, and part of that's keeping the lights on. You know what I mean? Keeping it warm and cozy.
Yes, keep that. Yes, exactly. We will. You'll just have to take me with you. I'm not staying. What if they breach the vault? I can't have them in the vault.
It's taking forever to breach the vault. Is there anything we can do to shore up the defenses? Anything like that?
My calculations say that no matter what, in time, maybe even after you're all long dead, these creatures, something will breach the vault. And I've decided that no. I've spent too long. People like Director Gary, I mean, not acting in my best interest in the park. I think I should be more hands-on, so to speak. No pun intended. You know what I mean. Yes, hands-on. I will come to Whimsy World. I will come to the park proper, and you will all make sure. We'll make it better. We'll tighten you all up and get you a haircut for one, and get your uniforms in working order, and maybe perhaps one day it will be a park again. For guests, for the children, for the people.
If these corpsicles aren't going to get in until after
What
we're
the
long
heck are
gone,
you? Wasn't I? Is this a talking dog? Are you performing? Oh no, they did it, did they?
I'm not a dog. Krakuda, my own thing.
Yes, but you look. They must have. Those fools in the government must have completed their programs. Anyway,
I'm done listening to this guy. It sounds like it's a whole lot of not our problem.
I think it's very much your problem if you want to continue living in the park.
Yeah, it seems like if we don't do what he says, he's going to turn everything off. But at the end of the day, I'm not so sure that we shouldn't be able to figure out how these generators work, get them working, and disconnect them anyway.
No, you can't. You can't do that.
Why can't we?
Because I'm Winchell Winters. I'm the architect of happiness.
Well, sir, I hate to break it to you, but there's not a whole lot of happiness out there nowadays. I don't know if you've understood that you live in a world where ice zombies have been attacking you for how many decades now? How much?
They come in waves.
And do you understand a world where there are not ice zombies? Because that is not the world that any of us are living in right now.
I went to my almost eternal rest before all of this happened, long before this happened. And it's, yes, the world might be a mess out there when whatever the governments and nations fighting one another, but we can make it better. We can strive to be a beacon of happiness and whimsy. You just have to do what I say.
I don't like it.
I'm not so sure I like it either, baby. I'm a cool cat that just likes to hang out and make sure everybody's feeling good, but this is making me feel uneasy.
Ridiculous. Well. If you insist on being fools, I will just have to do something about it. And there's a bit of a vibrating happening in this entire chamber. You can kind of feel that the generators are humming a little bit, and there's a palpable aura of energy emanating from the frozen head of Winchell Winters.
Can I intimidate?
You can try.
Pretty sure his
I ain't gonna do it with that. Should I spend the 20, or is this the boss fight?
Yeah, this is the boss fight.
Spend the 20.
Do whatever you like.
We're gonna spend the 20, so that's gonna be a 26.
All right.
Intimidate.
He is the eyes on the head actually open up and look at you in shock and fear. What are you doing? I'm Winchell Winters. Don't you understand what that means?
And I'm the captain, baby. I understand what everything means. This is gonna stop no matter what. We've got access to your cables. We've got access to guns to shoot through this little thing you got. This is not anything we're gonna deal with. So you better turn this stuff on.
No, it's on. The generators are still working, but at this point, it's sort of like they seem to be feeding more energy into him, right? And
you better find a different solution, or we're gonna find a solution for you.
No, I will find a solution. I want you to make a will save. The captain.
Uh-oh.
Doopsie.
Oh, that's not good.
No. Oh, no.
You can feel him in your mind, probing out your secrets, trying to find your weaknesses. As a matter of fact, let's see. I'm gonna roll a d4 here. Grill Daddy, you also have to make a will save.
Oh no! Quick, put him in the cooler. Let's see where to put that thing. Here we are. Will save 19.
You're actually fine. You have a steel trap up there.
I got a steel trap of a mine, sir. It's I think for myself and also get in my cooler.
He is basically sort of saying, "This, you, the captain. I know what really eats away at your very heart. I know what keeps you awake at night. You consider yourself chill, whatever that means. You're just as riddled with doubt and fear as any other normal person."
He said the thing.
You think people aren't going to like you. You're afraid that you just want to be everyone's friend, but you can't be everyone's friend. What are y'all doing? This is sort of a psychic battle challenge type thing. Less about an initiative and shooting and whatnot, but more about like, what do you want to do with this guy's, essentially.
I think if nobody stops him, Torque is going to be like, I've heard enough. And he's going to just aim his shotgun like directly at the jar.
Okay. All right. That I'm not going to make you roll for that, but I am going to make you though. I'm going to check something out here. Yes. Roll damage. We'll say it's a normal shot, unless you have a natural 20 you want to spend.
I used up all my 20s, unfortunately. Ooh, only 5. Ugh.
There is essentially a flash of energy, and no bit of buckshot penetrates it, and the glass jar is unharmed. You creature!
What the heck?
Someone put a leash on this thing. How dare you
insult my friends that way? Come on, babe.
I'm gonna try to put the jar in the cooler.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go with the plan.
You gotta. Do you want to like rip off all the electrodes that are basically attached to it and jam it in there? Or is it still sort of attached to all the wires?
It's still attached to all the wires. I'm just gonna shut the lid as hard as I can.
All right. Okay. Yes. I'm gonna make a secret roll. Oops! I rolled 1d2 dash.
Oh boy.
That's not a thing. That's only going to get me a 1. Oh, God. Okay. He's screaming mentally. Well, yeah, it's coming over the loudspeaker, and there's feedback. Screech, right? It's like, no, you don't do this to me. I'm Winchell Winters. I'm Winchell Winters.
I thought he wanted to come with us.
Not in this way. You guys are possibly.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave the cooler here.
No.
Or throw it out into the courtyard.
Right, just give it to the zombies.
To get it any further out of here, you've got to, it's all wired, right? If you want to do any of that, you have to. Yeah.
Is there any kind of way that we might know what about Winchell Winters is attracting the whites?
You give me another weird check.
Not good for me.
So yeah, if the creatures are maybe asking that question, the captain, like this power that's feeding into him, right? Same too, joystick is kind of turning him into this psychic beacon that is will draw in these waves of these winter whites every so often, like a tide almost, right?
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is like, is there some part of that psychic energy that we can turn off or manipulate in some way that it will no longer attract the whites but
Right.
still provide power?
Yes, that is possible. What it will do is kill him.
I mean, that's fine.
I didn't think you'd care, but I just wanted to let you know.
It's a sacrifice
it's
for
also
willing to make.
keeping him alive.
This guy is getting on my last nerve. Can we just
So this is what we know we could do is that what he knows he could do?
Well, he's not going to sacrifice himself.
If he's such a genius, if we talked about what we could do to send all of these things away, could he think of a way that could save his own life?
It looks like he maybe tried to do that and failed. With all the plans he came up with on the video screens, right? He's he has made the calculation that his own life is paramount importance. That's what it feels like with his arrogance.
Can I use negotiation to try to convince him to think of the greater good?
I think we're beyond that now. You've shoved him in the cooler and shotgunned his glass shard, even though it didn't work. There is we are running a bit longer than I actually thought we would. But what we'll do is at this point there is a grinding noise that a steel door kind of opens up behind everything, and behind that is a massive, like 12-foot tall mechanical moose man.
Here it is.
It looks like you've all been very naughty.
It's the Wolfenstein ending.
And you can kind of hear like, yes, the failsafe, I suppose we'll have to do. And the thing kind of doesn't come at you 2 minutes. It's very slow and clonky, clonk, clonk. But as it gets a little closer, you can see that in its chest is a ticking bomb. It's a countdown timer, just sort of counting down, and it's clearly attached to some explosives. Some masterful explosives, major explosives. What do y'all want to do?
Somebody defuse that thing. Somebody. It ain't gonna be me.
I guess
it
it
could be thievery
joystick
or engineering. But I'm gonna let you all choose.
Oh, I can do thievery.
I don't have either, so
I'm gonna let
but
you.
What
If you want to work together, you can also work together.
What I can do is I can put on a performance to distract it so that you guys can get close.
Oh yeah, I like it.
Okay. Yeah. So that means
check first.
You want to work together?
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
Hey there. Oh,
Pretty good.
Oh, it's
You've got thievery and I've got
engineering. Yeah.
Oh, Moose Man, look at me.
We'll figure out what
Hello.
wires to cross, and then I'll cross them.
All right. So
Yay!
It's only a 12.
that's also only a 12.
Ooh, do we have anything left?
I've got athletics. I'm gonna try to yank on those cords as hard as I can.
Oh wait,
Right.
do we have any rerolls or 20s
Yeah.
left?
Yeah, we've got.
You do?
Well, Miles has got a natural 20 left, and
Miles
there's one
has
in
got
the
a natural-
party rolls.
Oh, perfect.
Do you want to use them up?
Yeah, I think we should. I mean, or else the bomb's gonna go off and we all die, right?
I mean, not right away, but
So natural 24 Miles and reroll for me. Is that right?
I think there's one natural 20 in the party.
Yeah, there's one more natural
Natural
20
20
for the
each.
group, is what he's saying.
You can
Oh,
just-
okay. That I can
20.
use. Okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
2020. Cool.
And Jabert, it's pretty easy for you to just start yanking wires, just pulling them out. And he's like, no, and there's a bit of and his feedback goes off. He goes quiet. The generator sort of begin humming a bit more, and Marston Moose, the big giant Marston Moose, is like, ooh. And then you get in there and you open up a panel. Joystick is like this wire and this wire, snip. The countdown goes blank. And it does look like for a moment there's where the moose kind of turns its head, giant antlers swinging around. There's a bit of a malevolent glow in its eyes, and then it says, "Well, that wasn't very nice," and then it goes quiet and down. You're able to sort of at this point. There's some. It's clear that probably like within the next 5 minutes, the head of Winchell Winters is going to just die, and along with his magnificent brain. But you guys are able to sort of take the next sort of like half an hour or so, unless you want to do something else with the head. Joystick is able to sort of make sure that these generators will continue to run. They'll need occasional maintenance, but you guys can get in here now for the most part and fix things when they need fixing. But they will provide power for the park.
Cool.
What do you do with the head? I want to know what you do with the head.
We should put it on display.
Ooh,
Oh, in the macabre mansion.
Yeah.
Or
Manor.
I think Grill Daddy should cook it up. It's
Oh,
a
no.
fine delicacy.
Eat it. I want to eat a frozen
No,
head.
it's so old. It's frozen meat.
It's
Nobody,
frostbite.
nobody
It's
wants
frostbite.
that. It's all freezer burned. Look
All
at it.
freezer burned. Yeah.
So if you put it up high enough, then no zombies are going to get to it.
Well, I mean,
Well, at this
yeah,
point,
it's not. Yeah.
There's
So
no
you guys sort of-
psychic energy.
Yeah.
It's just a head now.
You can feel the sort of now just a dead head. That sort of maybe a little bit of psychic ambiance in the air, sort of dissipating a little bit, right? And you guys sort of head out, and most of the zombies are the Snow Whites are they're still there, but they're not desperately trying to get into Planet Progress, and some of them are kind of chasing after wild animals and whatnot. And you're able to get out of here pretty easily back into the people hauler and sort of head back to the park. When you get back, Director Marston is sort of standing near the gate, and he's got Director Gary kind of like there's a couple beefy looking fellow castmates, and they've got him like in shackles, right? And he's like, yes, and Director Marston says, well, my suspicions were I did some investigating while you were gone, and indeed, I managed to find one of his Director Gary's here compatriots to turn on him and to admit to what has been going on. But you have returned triumphant. The Snow Whites, they are dissipating of sorts. We'll have to keep an eye out for a few weeks to make sure they don't come to here to Whimsy World. But these gates will hold, I think, at this time. They are quite aimless, if not given whatever reason they had to come attack us. I suppose you'll whether or not you'll tell me what you found within Planet Progress. I will leave that secret to stay with you, or you can inform me if you wish. But we will consider this matter solved otherwise. Is it solved? He looks at you sort of expectantly through fake eyes.
Yeah, it's done.
Excellent. Then we shall have Real Daddy. We shall have maybe a celebratory meal to celebrate your success in this matter.
Oh,
Yes.
sure. I'd say it's been a long time since we've had a reason to celebrate.
It's true, we have freeze frame. And that's the end of our game. You guys saved
Awesome.
Whimsy World from
Woo!
the maniacal mind of Winchell Winters.
That was a good time.
And his compatriot.
Yeah,
That was really fun.
I loved the scenario.
Can we,
Thank you.
anybody
Perfect.
who's watching us live, give a big thanks to Jason Keeley for
Yes.
for all
Thank
of this.
you.
No, you're welcome, and thank you.
Spectacular.
I also just want to say this is a project that I'm working on. If this sort of type of game is something you might want to see out there in the wild and get a hold of and play for yourself, you can maybe hit me up on Twitter at Hers Weston. And if I hear enough noise from people, I'll do a Kickstarter or something, or maybe just make a book and give it and start selling it. I don't know. So there's a lot of stuff that still needs to be done for it. Of course, it's not perfect, but if I get some more people to play test it for me, I don't know. So yeah, hit me up on Twitter and or hit me up on the Cosmic Crit Discord. I'm also Hers Weston there. So that's all. That's my plug.
Yeah, I would love to do more with this. This was an absolute treat.
It started off to be a little more serious when I started writing it, and then I started really getting into what's happening pop culture wise still, right? And
I think this
so
is appropriate.
Yeah.
This is the
it's too much
appropriate.
fun. It's too much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So any final thoughts? I know it's late for some of you, most of you.
I'm sorry that we tested this game so broken with all these crits.
Oh, it's fine. I'm playtesting
Any
normal
useful
styles,
data
and
at all?
yeah.
Like,
possibly. Don't just give away natural 20s. I think is a good.
good one, pretty good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could have made things a little harder for you all too, but I didn't, and it's fine.
Driving, a lot of fun. I just wanted
Okay,
to.
great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
driving
I think,
down
I
was
think
a
that
huge-
actually worked out pretty well. That was some good
It
data on the
worked
driving.
great. I had a lot
Yeah.
of fun with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very, very fun.
I would to playtest that I ran just like a week or two ago was they were fighting off the skater boys, and it was just a bunch of people on skateboard being pulled by a van. So they would, like rappel out to attack the people in the other car and then pull themselves up again. That worked pretty well, except for a lot of skater boys got ran over during that fight.
See you later, boys.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, that's the song that's playing on.
Hey,
now that's what I call dad rock. Right?
serendipity. Ah.
And we
yeah,
are
it only-
closing up the night at $4,103 raised so
Yeah,
far.
good job.
Yeah.
Good job.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks for donating, everybody.
thank
Thanks
you.
for watching. Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to do it for us for streaming here on Crittercon. But tomorrow, just a reminder, Non-Standard Action on their channel is going to be streaming Fly Free or Die.
Awesome.
I almost said Live Free or Die. That's something else. You can find that at noon EDT on their channel. We'll have links on our Twitter, the Discord, of course. Indeed, thank you everyone that donated tonight and everyone that's going to donate tomorrow.
Yeah.
And everybody who just watched, honestly.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
I also
Yeah.
want to give a quick shout out to Chris Kimball at Height Advantage on Twitter, who drew up this lovely Battle for Whimsy World sign and the little POG token you saw earlier. So thank you, Chris, and also thanks to my wife Paula, who made this hat in the last like 2 days.
That looks so.
Awesome.
It looks
great.
so
Fantastic.
comfortable.
Will I ever wear it again? Let's find out.
You better. I better see that at every con.
I should definitely.
All right, that's gonna do it for us here. Thanks again, everyone, and we'll see you next time here on Twitch.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks,
Yeah.
everybody.
Good night.
Go collapse.